Hello everyone, my name is John, I'm the Geeky Fanboy, and welcome back to me reviewing the Fourth Wing book series. Yes, we're back already, I might add, and today we are talking about the second book in the Empyrean series, namely Iron Flame. Okay, so why am I doing this? For those who don't know, a short while ago I made a really big and way too long video about Fourth Wing, which I read because there was such a fuzz going on about this book. Literally everyone on the internet was talking about it. Like even people I followed on Goodreads and Instagram, etc. They were like reading it and they were really into it. Like only 4 and 5 out of 5 star reviews. And so I don't know. Maybe I got swept up by the hype because I was like, okay, it's romantasy. I usually don't really read romantasy, but everyone's been saying this is really good and it's great fantasy, so sure, I read it. It was awful, it was bad. You can watch the video to hear me talk about it for 3 hours. And after that, I was like, well, shoot, now I probably have to read all the other books in the series, because turns out you people like hearing me ranting about bad fantasy books. So here we are. I'm reading this maybe because out of sheer curiosity, maybe because I'm crazy, probably both. Maybe I want to see if it was possible that Rebecca Yarros somehow suddenly became a mildly competent writer and improved her craft, which did not happen, spoiler. Because, you know, Rebecca Yarros has been quite busy this year. This is the second book in the Empyrean series. That's only like a couple of months after the first book came out. Like the first book came out in May, I think, and now it's like 6 months later and we got the second book in the series. The first book was like 500 pages long. This one is 600 pages long. And mind you, these are not the only 2 books Rebecca Yarros has written this year, because in between these 2, she also published another romance novel in August or something, I think. Because if you didn't know, Rebecca Yarros comes from a contemporary romance background as a writer. That's what she's been known for previously. But for some reason, Fourth Wing, probably because of the marketing, was received really well. Way more like better than like her romance books. And now we're here. This is the 3rd book she's published this year, the 2nd one in the series, coming out in the same year. And, you know, it doesn't come to me as a surprise that, you know, her writing style isn't like high quality. If you produce 3 massive books within 1 year, you know, it doesn't surprise me that her writing style sounds the same in every single book, that it's relatively simple and easy to read, that there isn't like a whole lot of passion in what she's writing. If, you know, you're probably just pumping out these books every couple of months without really thinking about them. There's also been some controversy going on surrounding Rebecca Yarros as an author. I'm not here to talk about that. She's been making some statements about current political issues. I'm not here to talk about that. I didn't really read that much into it. Let's just say I'm not saying anything about that. I also didn't pay for this book, so there you go. I'm not financially supporting this kind of writing. I'm not doing that. But just so you are aware of that, there is some stuff going on in the background with the author. And what else has been going on is, you know, the Goodreads Awards are currently going on. There's been a lot of controversy and discussion surrounding those as well, but guess which book is of course nominated in the romantasy category? Fourth Wing. And I'm low-key kind of glad they introduced a romantasy category next to the normal fantasy category, because otherwise we would have probably have had to find our peace with Fourth Wing winning the fantasy section of the Goodreads Awards, but now we have to find our peace with Fourth Wing, let's be honest, probably going to win the romantasy category of the Goodreads Awards, and I don't want to think about that. I keep asking myself why stuff like this is so popular. Maybe we'll find out while we're discussing this book, this entire series, and other books maybe in the genre. Okay, before we jump into Iron Flame, short recap of what's been happening in Fourth Wing. Fourth Wing is about Violet Soaringale. She's a 20-year-old girl, the daughter of a big commander who's in charge of the Dragon Rider quadrant of the army. There's been a war going on for hundreds of years. We don't know really with who. There are several sections of the army, and Violet has been trained to join the scribe quadrant, so like the academics, the historians. But then her mum, for no real reason, forces her to join the Riders Quadrant. And the Dragon Riders Quadrant is notorious for being very, very deadly, because for some reason this military likes killing off their own soldiers, despite them being in need of soldiers, because it's conscription day. And that's the day when Violet joins the Riders Quadrant. There are a bunch of Hunger Games-esque tasks and games going on throughout her school year that of course she all somehow survives, despite her being very petite and small and fragile, because she suffers from a chronic illness that gives her like chronic pain and stuff like that. But the book barely mentions that, so don't really think about it. So while all the school year stuff is going on, there's a mysterious bad boy named Xaden Ryerson. Xaden Ryerson is the son of the rebellion leader who was executed a couple of years ago by Violet's family, whereas Xaden's family, the rebels, killed Violet's brother. So there's a bit of beef going on between these two, but of course that doesn't keep them from falling in love along the way. The book likes to pretend that it's somehow an enemies to lovers thing, which it isn't, because they aren't enemies at any point. Violet just thinks that Xaden dislikes her, but we'll find out by the end of the book that Xaden basically loved her from day one. At the school, eventually the students bond with dragons, and because Violet is so super duper special, she doesn't only bond one dragon, but two dragons. Her first dragon is the most massive, biggest, baddest, most epic dragon that's ever been seen, Terran. He's a big black dragon. And the second dragon Violet bonds with is, surprise, a tiny baby dragon that also no one has ever seen before, because this doesn't happen. When you join the Riders Quadrant and have bonded with the dragon, dragons give you special powers, signet powers they're called. They give you magic abilities. For example, Xaden has, because of course he's the mysterious bad boy, he has shadow powers. Some people get a very basic elemental powers. There's no real system behind how these magical abilities are distributed, and we'll talk about that later. And Violet, of course, receives a power from Terran that hasn't been seen in over a century. She receives the power of calling lightning. And added to that, Andarna, that's the baby dragon, also has the power of stopping time. So that also occasionally happens throughout the book. So Violet goes about her school year, escapes death multiple times, has a couple of encounters with Xaden. They're all very sexy and flirty until they eventually get together. By the end of the book, they are sent to what they think is like a training game, a training session, but turns out it's actually real. They are being attacked and they have to save this village. In the course of that, one of their friends, Liam, dies. Well, his dragon dies, and therefore the rider dies. Liam dies. Violet gets seriously injured, but Xaden saves her, and she wakes up in a bed 3 days later, having joined, kind of involuntarily, the rebellion, which is led by her, surprise, surprise, still alive, older brother, Brennan. So my expectations for Iron Flame obviously weren't very high. They were rather low, actually. All I hoped this book would be was like not, and like maybe some slight improvements here and there, maybe not 1 billion info dumps, maybe not so many punctuated sentences, maybe some actual romantic chemistry between the main couple apart from we think that we're sexy. Maybe some background on some of the other secondary characters, because we got none of that in the first book. We know none of Violet's friends, essentially, or her family. So I was just hoping just like a little bit, just give me a little bit to hang on to that's actually interesting, that I care about. But no, what you can expect from Iron Flame is 600 pages of boredom, 600 pages of a plot that's barely there, 600 pages of romance between a couple that's mostly fighting, and it's the same fight every time, and 600 pages of not really doing anything interesting with dragons in this dragon fantasy novel. As a little sample of what this book is like, here is a not at all sarcastic summary of what happens in Iron Flame.
Hi, I'm Violet Soaringale, but my boyfriend also sometimes calls me Violence, even though I don't really kill anyone. I'm super petite and fragile because of a chronic illness that I have that makes me feel pain at all time and dislocates my bones easily. But don't worry about that, I'll still be a complete badass, fight for hours on end, and will have really super duper aggressive sex with my boyfriend, and I'll be completely fine. I'm super duper special for no real reason, so don't look for an explanation. After discovering that my boyfriend and my not-so-dead brother secretly lead a rebellion, I now return to Basgiath War College with my friends and acquaintances. I'm the black best friend who also happens to be bisexual, who got promoted for no real reason. And we're the other 1 million secondary characters that introduced that are basically one note and all indistinguishable. Cool, and now everyone who's not important can leave. Nice, and now, who are you? So hi, I'm secretly the son of the king, and I have secretly joined the Dragon Riders Quadrant because I want to defy monarchy. Hi, so I'm the sister of the fan favorite character who died in the last book, and I blame you for his death, so I'm gonna have some beef with you. Are either of you important to the story? No? Then move it. Anyway, we've got to talk about the most perfect, the sexiest, and the greatest character of all time that is not me. I'm Satan Ryerson. I'm a tall, muscular, moody shadow wielder who can't communicate or control his sexual urges, but all that doesn't matter because I'm hot as fuck. Okay, well, I now have to go attend school where I don't really learn anything useful, but I have to keep the rebellion a secret from my friends. Oh, and every couple of days, I go and see Zayden, who I love, but also really don't love right now. Why won't you love me? Well, because you don't tell me every single little detail about yourself and your life. Well, I'm allowed to have boundaries, and I think I just wanna... I don't care. If you want me to love you, you have to do as I say. Well, I will tell you some of the secrets if you just ask me about some stuff. You're not gonna ask me anything, are you? No, and I still don't like you. But I'm still hot, though. True. Wanna have hardcore sex? Sure. How many times are we gonna have this conversation? Oh, at least 8, 9, or 10 times, probably. What about me? I'm your childhood best friend who loves you too and was a main character in the previous book. Yeah, but you unknowingly caused the death of a friend and the horrible events at the end of the last book, so I'm gonna hate you forever now. And I hate you because I'm the new antagonist in this novel who hates you for no real reason, and I'm gonna torture you because I don't approve of you or this whole rebellion thing you got going on. Will you be here for a long time? Nah, I'll probably be there halfway through the novel. Great, that gives me time to attend more boring classes where I don't learn anything useful and only hear overstuffed and overconfident explanation of things that no one could really be entertained by or care for. Hi, I'm back. I'm the guy who tried to kill you in the first novel, and now I've mysteriously come back to life, but I'm super nice now. Okay, but are you gonna be important? Quick, we've revealed the rebellion to the entire school. Suddenly half the student body is on our side. Okay, let's set up this new school at Zayden's house, which somehow the government doesn't know about. Hi, I'm the main character's sister, who is somehow not a main character, and I'm here to join you. Shut up, you're not important. We now have to go get help from the Griffin Flyers, who will come join our school. I'm the random ex-girlfriend who solely exists so two women can fight over Zayden and so I can be bitchy to the main character. I'm the main character and I'm terribly upset and jealous that my boyfriend dared to have other girlfriends before me. I will literally tell you that we can lose this war, that literally everyone else can die. There's only you, you're the only thing important, you're the only priority in my life, and somehow that's a good and healthy relationship. So, are we mostly good now since, I helped save your life and everything? Yeah, sure. Let's go and do some super exciting library research for several chapters. Hey, so I finally got my cool and interesting dragon power. Do you think No one cares. Shut up until your very specific power becomes useful sometime in the finale. Hey, you want to have another fight about you not trusting me and me not trusting you and not telling anything about myself and my secrets? Yes, of course, but in exchange you have to tell me a not at all surprising secret about yourself. Well, I'm secretly one of those mind readers they usually just kill off for some reason. Wow, that's super shocking. Not at all another reason for me to fight with you. Well, we don't have time. We need to go back to Baskerville because that's where the bad guys will attack. Ah, I'm back, and surprise, I'm still evil. Literally everyone saw that coming, so why don't you just get stabbed? Sure enough. Hi, I'm the super important teenage baby dragon that was asleep for literally the entire novel, but now it turns out I'm even more special than everyone thought, and I'm gonna go help save the final battle. I helped. Hi, I'm your mother, and I'm the one who sent you to the School of Death in the first place, and we've had about 3 conversations through 1,000 pages of story, and now I'm gonna emotionally sacrifice myself so you and your friends in the school are safe. Hooray! But hang on, we need a random cliché cliffhanger ending. Well, I literally turned into one of those evil guys in the final chapter. Yeah, that should work to create more unnecessary, drawn-out artificial relationship drama in the next book. Also, I'm still here for some reason. Cool. So, how long did it take us to get here? More than 600 pages. What the fuck?
Okay, and now it's time to get on with the actual review for Iron Flame. This book is over 600 pages long. It has 66 chapters. It's divided into 2 parts, only told from one point of view, namely Violet's. So let's dive into it. Okay, let's go. In case you're wondering why I'm looking, this is where I keep the notes, just so you're not getting confused. Okay, chapter 1. We are joining Violet roughly 3 or 4 days after she has been stabbed by a poisoned blade and Brennan has healed her. She wakes up and meets Brennan for the first time in a very, very long time, since she, kind of assumed that he was dead for years. We get a short recap, like just Violet telling us in her thoughts, since it's told from her point of view, what has happened at the end of the last novel. And then we quickly, once again, realized that Yaris's writing style is still very much the same, meaning it's juvenile as hell. This is something that has not improved at all from the last book, and it irritated me in this book as much as it did irritate me in Fourth Wing, because I'm not necessarily demanding that every fantasy book has to sound like Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, or that it has to sound like old school medievalish, but that every genre has a certain kind of tone, like a certain kind of voice that you just sort of expect from the genre. And I've mentioned this previously, I have previously worked for a couple of months as an editor, and I worked as an editor for fantasy novels. So I kind of got a good eye on what, fantasy was supposed to sound like, when manuscripts were sent in. And when you look at this, I wouldn't judge you for thinking this is just like contemporary writing, because that's exactly what this reads like. I told you that Yaours is from a contemporary Romance background. This is exactly what this reads like. There's no attempt made whatsoever to make this sound a little bit more fantasy, to make this sound maybe a little bit more old-fashioned, to, I don't know, there's just not the core voice just doesn't suit the fantasy world this is trying to be. And I'm saying this because we're only in chapter 1, first 2 pages, and not only do we get punctuated speech sentences, but we also get, while we are introduced to Brennan, some really juvenile and modern day language. He's just so him, and yet he looks different from what I remember. His brownish red curls are cropped close to his skull instead of waving over his forehead, and there's no lingering softness in the angles of his face, which now has tiny lines at the edges of his eyes. But that smile, those eyes, it's really him. And his one condition being me eating something before he takes me to my dragon, it's the most Brennan move ever. This is what I mean. This is the kind of language we just get, while we also get words like vibes, for the win, toxic as hell. At some point, we'll come back to that, the word endgame is used in reference to a couple. Like, what is that? Who talks like that? You know what would work, what would easily fix this? If this was set in contemporary times. Like, this would also make this so much more interesting. Like, imagine if this was a fantasy world filled with dragons, but it's set in contemporary times. That would explain why everyone's talking like a 21st century teenager, and it would actually be kind of interesting to see what a world filled with dragons was like, but it's now. Like, I don't know, maybe it was the apocalypse. That would explain why maybe they don't have electricity. An apocalypse happened, and now, I don't know, dragons finally emerged again, and now humans and dragons have to live together because the world was fucked up by some kind of apocalyptic event or something. I don't know. Just something like that would have immediately solved the whole language issue. So we got this already in the beginning. Then we get like a bit of talk between Brennan and Violet. Violet's sort of talking about what's been going on, where she is right now. We get the sense that some time has passed. It was Violet's birthday, so now she's presumably 21 years old. We see that there are like guards around that are looking after her. And if you have hoped that this book holds back on the infodumps, oh no, it doesn't. We're only in chapter 1, and we already get so many references to random things that Violet just talks about, like historical facts, historical people that have no meaning whatsoever, and the reader's just immediately bombarded with them. I make it through the massive foyer, ignoring what looked to be 2 other wings off to the left and right. This place is astounding, half palace, half home, but entirely a fortress. The thick stone walls are what saved it from its supposed demise 6 years ago. From what I've read, Ryerson House has never been breached by any army, even during the 3 sieges that I know of. Stone doesn't burn, that's what Xaden told me. The city, now reduced to a town, has been silently, covertly rebuilding for years right under General Melgren's nose. The relics, magical marks the children of the executed rebellion officers carry, somehow mask them from Melgren's signet when they're in groups of 3 or more. He can't see the outcome of any battle they are present for, so he's never been able to see them organizing to fight here. There are certain aspects of Ryerson House, from its defensible position carved into the mountainside to its cobblestone floors and steel-enforced double doors in the entryway, that remind me of Basgiath, the war college I've called home since my mother was stationed there as its commanding general. But that's where the similarities end. There's actual art on the walls here, not just busts of war heroes displayed on stands. And I'm pretty sure there's an authentic Poromish tapestry hanging across the hall from where Bodhi and Imogen stand in the open doorway. I just love how this novel manages to like do 2 simple writing things wrong immediately within the first chapter. First off, very casual sneak in of some very obvious recap there that we know about. And doesn't feel at all unnatural. And second of all, just like some casual thrown in history facts about things that don't really mean anything. And don't worry, that stuff will keep happening. This is just like a sort of appetizer to what this will be like throughout the entire book. So Violet leaves the room with Brennan to join him at the war meeting, basically. So all the rebellion leaders are meeting up, and they are discussing what's to be done now with the new people who have joined them after, you know, the battle at the end of the last book. And at this meeting, it's the first encounter between Violet and Xaden in this novel. And of course, the second Violet sees Xaden, she has to be thirsty as fuck. And standing in front of that map, one arm leaning against a massive chair as he stares down the table at its occupant, is Xaden. He looks good, even with bruises, marring the tawny brown skin under his eyes from lack of sleep. The high slopes of his cheeks, the dark eyes that usually soften whenever they meet mine, the scar that bisects his brow and ends beneath his eye, the swirling, shimmering relic that ends at his jaw, and the carved lines of the mouth I know as well as my own, all add up to make him physically fucking perfect to me. And that's just his face. His body? Somehow even better, and the way he uses it when he has me in his arms. Nope. I shake my head and cut off my thoughts right there. Xaden may be gorgeous and powerful and terrifyingly lethal, which shouldn't be the turn-on it is, but I can't trust him to tell me that truth about, well, anything, which really hurts, considering how pathetically in love with him I am. Oh yeah, first chapter, first couple of pages, out with the thirst already. Violet, as we know, can't keep it in her pants as soon as she sees Xaden. I'm convinced the moment she sees Xaden, something in her brain just like flips a switch and everything that's not her libido completely switches off, and all she can think about is Xaden. Oh my god, Xaden. Xaden is so hot. Xaden is so sexy. Forget everything else that's happening right now, even if it is, I don't know, literally a war. At this first meeting, we're introduced like to so many characters, so many names are being thrown around. I don't remember any of them. I didn't write any of them down. This book does the same thing the first one did. It just throws a bunch of character names at you for people we will never see again. People who will probably die in two chapters anyway, that Violet will never think about again, and I can't be bothered to remember. So yeah, there's just a bunch of people there, they're eating up, they're discussing what's going on. Some of them say, Violet can't be trusted because, you know, she's the daughter of the leader of the Dragon Rider army, essentially. So they're like, we need to be careful around her. But of course Xaden jumps in and literally basically claims her. He claims that he has responsibility for Violet. I scanned each of the assembly members, assessing which is the biggest threat. Brennan rises to his full height. Knowing that she's bonded to Taryn, whose bond gets deeper with each rider and whose previous bond was already so strong that Nowlene's death nearly killed him, knowing we fear he'll die if she does now, that because of that, Ryston's life is tied to hers, he nods towards Xaden. Disappointment tastes bitter on my tongue. Is that all I am to him? Xaden's weakness? I alone am responsible for Violet. Xaden's voice lowers in pure malice. And if I'm not enough, there are not one but two dragons who have already vouched for her integrity. Enough is enough. She is standing right here, I snap, and an unflattering amount of satisfaction courses through me as the number of jaws that drop in front of me. So stop talking about me and try talking to me. So don't worry, Xaden's possessive streak concerning Violet is still there. No worries. So they talk a bit, and what we get from this is basically that the war isn't going well. The wards, which are essentially like protective barriers, they kind of need them. They need more of them, and that they will need something called a luminary. Now, they will say for like the first half of the book, they will keep saying the word luminary, and I kid you not, at some point after 300 pages, I had to look up what a luminary even is, because I didn't remember them explaining it. They maybe did at some point, but it happened in such an offhanded, casual, non-important way that my brain just didn't save the information. Which is what happens a lot in this book. Like, just a bunch of stuff will just get mentioned that doesn't look interesting at all. It's presented in such an unengaging way that your brain just kind of flies over it and you're like, okay, yeah, it's like fantasy talk. It's like kind of when characters in Star Trek or in sci-fi shows just do technobabble and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm not really listening to it, but it's kind of an explanation of what's going on, but you're not really paying attention to it. That's sort of what the fantasy world building sounds like in this, so your brain doesn't always pick up on what's actually important now. And apparently the luminary is really important, and the luminary is essentially like an artifact. What it looks like, no idea, but an artifact that basically enhances dragon skills, or like the dragon fire. That's sort of how I understood it. And that's what they need for their rebellion. As we enter chapter 2, Violet goes to talk to Brandon, who, you know, she hasn't seen in years and has thought he was dead. In case you were thinking that I'm already saying this now, in case you were thinking we're really gonna get to know Brandon, because, you know, he was kind of a big deal in the first book, because, you know, he was dead, and Violet was still mourning him, and she had this little book from him that told her stuff about how to deal with dragons, even though the book barely got mentioned throughout the story. Don't worry, we don't learn really anything about Brandon. We barely spend time with him. We don't really get to know him. Like, Violet would be like, as I read to you earlier, Violet occasionally would be like, when she talks to him, oh, that's so Brandon. That's so him. And as a reader, you're like, is it? I don't know. We've never met this man. Could we, like, maybe get to know him? Could you, like, have some deep conversations with him because, you know, you thought he was dead for years? No, not necessary. Why should that happen? So Violet and Brandon now talk a bit about, you know, what happened. Oh, I thought you were dead. Why didn't you tell me about the rebellion? Blah, 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 that. Then they mentioned the book that Brandon wrote when he was a dragon rider at school, and that Mira, so their sister, gave to Violet when she joined the Rider Squadron. And apparently this book was really, really important to Violet, and it helped her out a lot. And I was like, you mentioned this book all but like maybe 3 times in Fourth Wing. And during the story, you never read from it. It never came up. The only thing we ever got from Brennan's book was like those little excerpts we get at the beginning of every chapter, which is like a quote from some kind of fictional text within the universe. And that's all we ever got from Brennan's book in Fourth Wing. There was never like an instance where Violet was like, oh, I remembered what I read in Brennan's book, and now I can solve this problem, or now it's easier to deal with dragons because I remembered what I read in Brennan's book. That never happened, and now they're acting like, oh, your book really helped me out and was really important and reminded me of you. I'm like, fuck off, you're lying. So, they are talking about what happened. Brennan says that when they were attacked, so no, you know, the battle at the end of the last book, other dragons came in to help who had like no connection with the riders there, and they saved them and helped them. And I was like, why would they do that? Dragons are said to be like super ruthless and like they don't care about humans at all. Why would they just like randomly sweep in and help these rando humans? But apparently that's what they did. He gives her like an update on the war. He basically says it doesn't look that good. We're probably gonna lose the war within like 6, 7, 8 months. So they're like, yeah, that looks kinda bad. And throughout this conversation, we get more chunks and bombardments of random world-building facts, just like random historical names, place names, military movements, armies that Violet just mentions so many times and offhandedly, where you're like, I can't follow any of this. Like, there is a map, like, in the front of the book, but I'm not gonna flip back every time when we're bombarded with, like, a bunch of place names. I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. Okay, so we're bombarded with, like, some exposition, world building. It's very unengaging. None of these names mean anything. We don't know what they mean. Then we get, like, a very cheesy kind of speech. I think Violet is thinking it. I'm not sure if she's saying it out loud. About, like, hope and love. And I will say, while it is cheesy, at least it sounds a little bit passionate for once and says something about Violet's personality. But the problem is that Yaros always undermines her ever so slightly interesting or good moments with really stupid one-liner endings, making everything that was maybe potentially good completely useless. Love doesn't even have the decency to die. It just transforms into abject misery. That's what this ache in my chest is. Misery. Because love at its root is hope. Hope for tomorrow. Hope for what could be. Hope that the someone you've entrusted your everything to will cradle and protect it. And hope. That shit is harder to kill than a dragon. Like, this woman, this author is so good at undermining her own ever so slightly engaging writing. It's crazy. Even my notes can't take it. They're slipping away from me. They want to escape this horrifying novel. Next up, we get to a little bit of dragon talk, because Undana at the end of the last book has changed. She's grown massively, and she isn't golden anymore. She's black, and she's lost all of her powers. And we get, like, this little talk between Violet and Taryn, her big dragon, about what's going on with, you know, Undana and dragon stuff. Her scales are so deeply black they glimmer almost purple, iridescent really, in the flickering sunlight that filters through the leaves above. The color of a dragon's scales is hereditary. Wait a second, is she yours? I asked Taryn. I swear to the gods, if she's another secret you kept from me, I told you last year she's not a progeny, Taryn answers, drawing up his head as if offended. Black dragons are rare, but not unheard of. And I happened to bond to two of them, I counter, outright glaring at him. Technically she was gold when you bonded her. Not even she knew what color her scales would mature to. Only the elders of our dens can sense a hatchling's pigment. In fact, 2 more black dragons have hatched in the last year, according to Koda. Not helping, I let Undana's steady breathing assure me that she really is fine. Giant, but fine. I can still see her features. A slightly more rounded snout, her spiral twist carved into her curled horns. Even the way she tucks her wings in while sleeping is all her, only bigger. If there's a morning star tail on her, tails are a matter of choice and need, he huffs indignantly. Don't they teach you anything? Yeah, what do they teach? Because I don't know if they can teach anything, because this seems very random and vague. How can dragons choose their tails? Tails are a matter of choice and need. So, do you, like, choose at birth? Do you choose as you mature what your tail will look like? Can dragons, like, just change their body structure, their biology as they grow up? I'm not sure if any animal or human being in the world works like that. No idea. And how can Undana not know what color of dragon she is? Why shouldn't a dragon, when it's born, be able to tell what itself is? Why do only, for some reason, the elders of our dens, why can the elders of the dens sense what babies look like? If it's hereditary, wouldn't it be very clear how the dragon looks, and wouldn't the dragon herself, in this case, know? I have no idea how dragon color works and what it means. It doesn't really make any sense. So, that's what's been going on with Andarna. She's been sleeping, and she's gonna sleep a lot. In fact, Andarna is asleep for basically the entire book, because Andarna is not a little cute baby dragon anymore. She's a really annoying, bratty teenager dragon now. And that means she has to go and do a big dragon sleep, because that's what they do. So, yeah, Andarna's just gonna be asleep for basically the entire novel. She only occasionally like pops up, gives some really annoying teenage commentary, and then disappears again. So, in case you were here for the dragons, forget about it, we already lost one of them. We enter chapter 3. It is decided, or, well, it's very obvious that, you know, the students kind of have to go back to school since they survived, and they don't want to raise any suspicion, since they very much assume that, and know in part that it was some of the teachers and leaders from Basgiath's War College who sent them to this big fight at the end of the last book. In fact, what happened, as a little background, because it's important, at the end of the last book, there was Dane, you know, Violet's childhood best friend, who has a crush on her as well, who has kind of mind-reading powers. He touched her at the end of last book and read some of her memories, some of her recent memories. And therefore he knew about some of the rebellion dragon stuff they've been trying to hide, and he told his father. And then his father, who's like one of the big leaders at the War College, sent Xaden, Violet, and Co. off to the big fight at the end of the last book where, you know, some of them died. So now they have to go back there to the teachers who don't like them, and they can't talk about the rebellion or anything. So they decide to go back to school. At this point, we get a little bit more info on some dragon lore, and I would like to read that to you. I still don't understand why the Empyrean would ever agree to let dragons bond human riders, knowing they'd have to guard their own young not only against griffin flies, but the very humans they're supposed to trust. It's a delicate balance, Tern replies, banking left to follow the geography. The first 6 riders were desperate to save their people when they approached the dens over 600 years ago. Those dragons formed the first Empyrean and bonded humans only to protect their hatching grounds from Venin, who were the bigger threat. We don't exactly have opposable thumbs for weaving wards or runes. Neither species has ever been entirely truthful, both using the other for their own reasons and nothing more. It never occurred to me to hide anything from you. Tern does that weird thing that makes his neck appear boneless, swinging his head around to level slightly narrowed eyes at me for a heartbeat before turning his attention back to the terrain. I can't do anything to remedy the last 9 months besides answer your worthwhile questions now. I know, I say quietly, wishing his words were enough to cut through the acrid taste of betrayal I can't seem to wash out of my mouth. I'm going to have to let it go. I know that. Tern was bound by his mating bond to Sigale, so at least he had a reason to keep everything he did from me, and it's not like I can blame Andarna for being a kid who followed his lead. Xaden is another matter entirely, though. So that's like a little bit of world building, I guess. Because in Fourth Wing, my question was, why do dragons and humans bond? Like, what's the point? And in this, it's apparently to fight the Venin, because I think humans and dragons, when they bond, that's only how the dragon's signet ability can form. Well, I don't understand, though. It's mentioned several times how dragons are, like, clearly the superior species. Like they're super powerful. They will just kill humans in an instant if they feel like it. So I don't understand, why do dragons need humans? Why don't dragons just enslave all of humanity? Why do Venins even exist? Because Venins are like these evil blood magician people, you know, who they fought at the end of book 1. Why would they even exist if dragons are so super duper powerful and brutal and violent and can just burn everything down? Why don't they just do that? And if they really do need these signet abilities, why don't they just enslave whoever they need and force the humans to do their bidding? This is just like way too vague for me to make any sense. So, Violet, Xaden, 1 or 2 of the other rebellion people who were at school fly back, and before they join their classmates again, of course Violet and Xaden have a little conversation, And I think this little passage here is a first example for that there is no romantic chemistry whatsoever between these two. It's all about the sexiness. It's all just ever about the sexual attraction between these two, and that's all Violet will ever talk about. I run my hands across my sheath, checking to make sure my daggers weren't displaced during flight as we walk out of the five field, slightly ahead of the others, heading toward the steps that will bypass the gauntlet and lead us back to the quadrant. You remember that you can... He taps the side of his head and walks backwards in front of me. I clench my fist to keep from brushing a lock of dark, wind-blown hair off his forehead. A few days ago, I would have touched him without reservation. Hell, I would have threaded my fingers through his hair and pulled him in for a kiss. But that was then, and this is now. Talking that way feels a little too... Gods, why is this so hard? It feels like every inch I sacrificed for in the last year when it comes to Zayden has been erased, putting us back at the starting line of an obstacle course I'm not sure either one of us has ever chose to run. I shrug. Intimate. And we're not intimate, he lifts his brows, because I think of more than one occasion that you've been wrapped around. I jolt forward and cover his mouth with my hand. Don't! Ignoring the explosive chemistry between us is hard enough without him reminding me what we feel like together. Physically, our relationship, or whatever we are, is perfect. Better than perfect. It's hot as hell and more than addictive. My entire body warms as he kisses the sensitive skin of my palm. I drop my hand. We're walking into what's certainly going to be a trial, if not an execution. And you've got jokes. So, yeah, all they can ever think about, all Violet can ever think about, is sexiness and how fucking perfect Zayden is, because all this author and all this character can do when it comes to describing Zayden, to describing their partner, to describing their relationship, to describing their sex life, is it's sexy, it's hot, and it's perfect. Everything is always really fucking perfect when it comes to Zayden motherfucking Ryerson. We will come back to this issue, but this is like a really good example of just like what this is like every time these two have a conversation and Violet is trying to be like, no, I don't trust him yet, but I can't resist him and he's so perfect and our physical chemistry is literally undeniable. We just can't keep away from each other because we're so hot. Okay, so they go back to class right as their names are being read out from the death scroll. So everyone at school thought they had died during that training session thing. But turns out they're back. And of course, some of Violet's friends are like, oh, you're back, that's great, we thought you were dead. So yeah, they rejoin school. We meet up with a bunch of people from fourth wing who were fellow students who are all more or less the same or indistinguishable. We got Rhiannon, who's like the best friend who also happens to be queer. Of course, we got like, I do remember Imogen. She's like the bitchy not best friend. She's like the bitchy friend who initially didn't like Violet, but of course she likes her now. There are Rydog? I pronounce it Rydog, man. And Sawyer, Rydog and Sawyer. No idea. In my head, they're kind of just like the same person. And a bunch of other names that get mentioned occasionally that I do not care about whatsoever. Of course, Violet's feeling a bit conflicted because, you know, Rhiannon and the others are her friends, but she can't tell them anything about what's been going on because, you know, the rebellion is a secret, so she has to keep the secrets. Then, of course, Violet and Zayden go off and they talk again together, and they have the first of many fights or discussions, which are all about trust. Because, you know, Zayden kept the rebellion a secret from her, and he kept it a secret that Brennan was still alive. So, of course, she's very angry at him that he kept it a secret, and she feels betrayed. And throughout the entire book, she's going to be like, I don't know if I can trust you. I want to love you, but you have to be really open with me. So Violet is like, you're allowed to have literally 0 secrets. You have to tell me anything. Full disclosure, no secrets. You have to be honest now about literally everything in your life. And Zayden is like, could be a bit difficult, you know, I'm the leader of the rebellion, I got a lot of other stuff going on, and there was a reason why I kept this a secret from you. And Violet is like, I don't care. You have to tell me literally everything. So they have this conversation. That's how chapter 3 ends. We open chapter 4 with them having rejoined school. Now, Violet is convinced for some reason that her mum is not in on the plans from the other teacher, Dane's dad. Violet is for some reason convinced that her mum has nothing to do with that, even though, you know, her mum is the leader of the military or of the Dragon Riders, even though her mum was literally the person who sent her to be a Dragon Rider, forced her to be a Dragon Rider for seemingly no reason. Don't know why she's thinking that, but okay. But all the focus is on Dane and Dane's dad, who's called Atos, I think. But if you think Atos is gonna be the main antagonist of this novel, no, he basically disappears from the book after this chapter. He's never seen again. We just kind of know that he was responsible for the shit that went on at the end of last book, and that he wants Violet and the other rebels gone, but he's not gonna be in this novel. He just kind of hangs around somewhere else and lets other people do shit, and we don't know. We essentially have a villain who's not villaining, who's not doing anything, who's not in the novel. So Violet sees Dane again, and she's of course very angry with him because she blames him for what happened at the end of book 1. Because remember, Dane has the ability to read recent memories when he touches you. That's what he did. And then he told his dad, and then the dad sent Violet and the others to the training session that went wrong, where a bunch of people died. Now, the thing is, Dane didn't know about that. Dane just like passed on the information to his dad because he's like a rules boy, and so he told his dad, who's kind of in charge, about what he's seeing, because he thought, you know, I should tell my dad about that rebellion shit's going on. And then his dad, without Dane knowing, sent Violet and Xaden out to die. Dane didn't know about that. Violet is very angry with him, super duper angry. She gives him like a verbal dress down. She's like, don't you fucking touch me, don't you come near me ever again. I don't want to talk to you right now. And to make this situation even better, Xaden just jumps straight in and immediately out in the open in front of everyone, without talking to Violet beforehand, without her consent, immediately reveals their relationship to the public, to Dane, to the entire school, to make a point. You should take her at her word. In fact, Xaden doesn't bother to lower his voice. If you don't, I'll take personal offense. She made her choice, and it wasn't you. It will never be. It will never be you. I know it. She knows it. The whole quadrant knows it. Oh, just kill me now. He flushes my cheeks. Getting caught in his flight jacket before war games is one thing. Outing us in public, when I'm not sure there is an us, is another. So yeah, well done, Xaden, for not communicating at all. What are you about to do? Once again, because Xaden is bad at communicating, just how every boyfriend in romantasy seems to be. Yeah, Violet rejoins her friend group, and all the girls in the group are like talking about how hot that was of Xaden to like declare his feelings like this in front of Dane and make a statement, and they're like, oh, that was really kind of hot, this interaction. And one of them literally says, love triangles can get so fucking awkward, don't you think? Imogen says. And again, it's this kind of language. You did not just say that in a supposed high fantasy novel. Why? And also, this will also happen, or just because you kind of lampshade the problem doesn't mean it's gone. It's still very much there. You just sort of acknowledge it within your writing, but it's still there, and it still bothers me. So we get the death toll at the end of book 1 during like the war games, the training bit. 17 people died. Everyone who was previously 3rd year, that includes Xaden, but also Mira, I think, I'm not quite sure. The 3rd years get to graduate. They become, they're no longer cadets, they now become lieutenants in the army. And Xaden is now one of those. They're basically being sent to away to fight the war while the rest of the squad keeps training and randomly dying because this government, for some reason, kills its students. And then Violet, for the fraction of a second, for 1 sentence, thinks something critical about the system she lives in. Maybe this place is exactly what the Griffin Flyer had called it, a death factory. No shit that the school that invites people to train them for war and then proceeds to kill those students at every given opportunity. You know, the students can kill each other, the dragons can just come in and kill a bunch of people. You know, death basically around the corner. Yes, that might be considered a death factory. But you know what? This is unfortunately the only time Violet will ever think anything slightly critical about the system that runs the whole war factory, war thing. I was hoping, like when I read this, I was hoping, oh my god, is Violet actually gonna go through like character development? Think about how problematic this system is? No, not really, because then this would actually be interesting and the author would have to put in some effort to write interesting character development. What did you think we were reading? Good fantasy? Forget about it. We enter chapter 5. Everyone's having a big party because, you know, graduation. Violet and her friends are now 2nd years. We get told that fraternizing between quadrants is the best perk, basically meaning you can shag around. So that's fun. Of course, Violet and Xaden are meeting up again, and Violet is drinking alcohol. She's a bit tipsy. I was very scared when this conversation happened because I was worried about, you know, alcohol, consent. This is a couple that's not quite sure about where they're standing right now. And this is like a little tidbit from the conversation we get. Having fun, he asks, pushing through my shield with annoying ease. A shiver of awareness rushes over my skin. Mixing alcohol and Xaden is definitely not a good idea. Or is it the best idea? Whatever's going through that beautiful mind, I'm here for it. Even from this distance, I can see his gaze darken. Yeah, so I think I was in the right to be worried. They go out to where it's quieter to have like a bit of a conversation. Violet is tipsy. Violet continues to be tipsy. They continue to be flirty with each other. It's, to me, honestly, it was kind of in a grey zone if this is okay, because they're kind of dating and Violet is into it, but also at the same time she was like, I don't really want to have anything to do with him right now in a romantic sexual way because I'm not quite sure if I can trust him. But Violet is just like all over him because she's turned on, and Xaden is just so fucking annoying with like that he's constantly insinuating that they should get together, that they should sleep with each other because, you know, they slept together in the previous novel. So Xaden will continuously be like, hey, you remember the fun time we had last year? Maybe we should slip off and have some fun together. Do you remember when I smooched you around that corner last year? It's like that, basically, the entire book, or like at least for the first half of the book, when Violet is still like sort of unsure if she wants to be with him. I told you I don't sleep with men I don't trust, and if you're not offering full disclosure, I shake my head and immediately regret it, nearly losing my balance. I'll earn your trust as soon as you realize you don't need full disclosure. You only have to have the guts to start asking the questions you actually want answers to. Don't worry about the bed. We'll get back there. The anticipation is good for us. He smiles, really fucking smiles, and it almost makes me rethink my decision. I tell you we're not together because you won't give me the one thing I need, honesty, and you counter with, it's good for us. I scoff and walk down the stairs and past two of the marble pillars in the rotunda. The arrogance! Confidence is not arrogance. I don't lose the fights I pick. And we're both allowed to have boundaries. You're not the only one who gets to set rules in this relationship. I bristle at the implication that I'm the problem here. And you're picking a fight with me! The world tips slightly when I look out at him. Picking a fight for you. There's difference. So here we go, Violet and Xaden already having the same fight again about, honesty, he needing to tell her more things about what's going on, he being like, no, I can't always do that. And I hate that this book makes me agree with Xaden Ryerson. I hate it because I loathe these people. But you know what? Xaden is kind of right. He's allowed to have secrets. You're allowed to have secrets in a relationship. You don't have to tell your partner literally every single thing about yourself or what you're thinking or what your secrets are. You're allowed to have secrets. Xaden is allowed to draw boundaries. That's a good thing. You need boundaries in a relationship. But Violet is like, bullshit, fuck that. You need to tell me literally anything or I will not love you and you will not get to have sex with me. Which is kind of manipulative, and we'll come back to that, but that's just sort of what's going on. Then he tells her he's being sent to the front because he's now a lieutenant, he graduated. And then we get to meet our antagonist for this book. He is called Major Varish. Varish is the new vice commandant, who, I'm not quite sure if I got that correctly, I think has been sent there by Dane's dad. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, he's there. He's going to be a huge twit for this entire book. He's going to be the biggest wanker in this entire novel. He's essentially going to be the new Jack, as in that he hates our main characters for no reason and tortures them. In this case, literally tortures them because he has authority. And he's basically, to foreshadow this, essentially he's like Snape if Snape actually physically tortured his students and had no character motivation whatsoever. That's what Major Varish is gonna be like. And we're being informed that Violet and Xaden will be able to see each other because their dragons are a mated pair, as we remember, and mated dragons have to stick close together. They can't stay apart for a longer period of time, otherwise it harms them. So Violet will be given leave sort of like every weekend or every 2 weekends or something, every fortnight, to go and see Xaden and his dragon, so that the bond can still happen and the dragons don't get hurt. We open chapter 6 with an interesting little quote, because every chapter is opened up by like a quote or something from a fictional text within the world, and this is what we get at the beginning of chapter 6. What no one openly says is that while all 4 quadrants obey the code of conduct, a writer's first responsibility is to the codex, which often overrules the regulations other quadrants live by. By definition, the writers make their own rules. Which sounds wrong and inefficient. Like, imagine you have an entire military, you have a set of rules for this military that everyone has to abide by, which makes sense, because you need that. In order to keep people in line. But then imagine like one group of people gets special rules, which basically eliminates the entire rule set for everyone else. So they are special, they get special treatment, they literally make their own rules and everyone else can suck it. That's fair and makes so much sense. We get like a little threatening from Dane's dad. He shortly pops up to basically be like, well, Violet, I'm probably gonna kill you and I might kill your sister and Xaden, if because I don't like you and I don't like the rebellion. So that's just sort of what's been going on. Violet and Xaden talk again. They have to like sort of pretend to like each other because, you know, Violet is still kind of unsure about it, but they have to pretend because the others could be watching. So every time they're like sort of talking and feel like they could be watched, they still have to be like all smoochy and cute and flirty, of course, which is not at all an excuse for them being sexy with each other. Then they talk a bit. It's very cheesy. Like Xaden literally says shit like, "He got a death grip on me." It's like sentences like that that make me gag, because it's the kind of, I get that it's supposed to be romantic, but please, I beg you, authors, especially if you write dialogue like this that's supposed to be like a bit cutesy and sexy, read your dialogue and read it out loud to yourself or preferably to someone else, because then you will realize that sounds kind of stupid. And not in a good way, not in a cheesy way, it just sounds ugh. That's what that sounds like. And Xaden has a lot of these lines, by the way, throughout the book. We get like a bit of info on some of the other characters. Dane is the new wing leader. He's now a 3rd year. He was promoted. Who else got promoted is Rhiannon. Rhiannon is now the squad leader. And if you're wondering who the hell is Rhiannon, what has she been doing? Nothing. Rhiannon was Violet's best friend in 4th Wing, who was there. And she said things sometimes. They went to visit her family one time. That's it. Rhiannon hasn't done anything interesting, anything remarkable. We know nothing about her. And she gets to be promoted to be squad leader, because apparently she deserved that. I don't know. It makes sense, apparently. So, we enter chapter 7. Classes are starting up again. Like it's conscription day is coming up. The 2nd years are already getting some information as to what kind of classes they will be attending. We get like some hints about, you know, the teachers, you know, we can't trust them, that kind of stuff. At that point, I was wondering, why doesn't Violet just like tell her mum about Dane's dad, about Atos? Like, because she already thought that her mum probably doesn't have anything to do with, you know, destroying the rebellion. So why isn't she trying to talk to her mum, who is in charge, and her mum could start an investigation and eventually throw out the one guy who's bothering everyone? Why that isn't happening, I don't know. No attempt is ever made to contact Violet's mother to talk about this kind of stuff, even though maybe it could be potentially helpful. We're told that 89 people are left in like Violet's year in her class, which is not really that many. I'm wondering how many actual like fully educated dragon riders they have at the end of 3rd year, because it doesn't sound like much. They like, I know, like we get a couple of numbers throughout the book and I'm like, okay, cool. So by the end of this, they like roughly have maybe like 100, 120 dragon riders, which doesn't sound like much for a whole army, but apparently that's cool. They do say that last year, like it's the lowest number of dragons that's ever bonded. Like few dragons are willing to bond with humans. And apparently it's because the Empyrean, like the Dragon Council, it's because they know about Venin, and the dragons are unsure if they should get involved with like the battle between humans and Venin and all that. And I was like, what does that mean? Why? And didn't you literally tell us that initially dragons and humans bonded because they wanted to fight the Venin? Isn't that like the whole point? So why are fewer dragons bonding? And aren't the Venin and their wyvern, their creatures they're creating, threatening the dragons as well? So why wouldn't the dragons also bond with the humans to stop them? It doesn't make sense. I have no idea. We get introduced to a new class. It's called Rider Survival Course, which basically is all about what do if you fall off, which honestly sounds like something they should have learned maybe in year 1 of the bonding a dragon. And I'm wondering, isn't that what combat training was for? Isn't that literally what, you know, combat is for if you fall off your dragon and then get attacked by someone else so you can defend yourself if you don't have a dragon? Apparently it's a classified class, which I'm not quite sure what that means. Does just like no one mention this class to anyone else? If so, how does that work? No idea. They say it's like, basically it teaches you what to do if you like fall off your dragon behind enemy lines. And there'll also be like some other training, like hardcore physical training later in the year. And Violet, towards the end of the chapter, just goes to the library and does a bit of research there, talks to some people. Violet will go to the library a lot in this book because Violet is trying to find out stuff about wards, so like the protective barriers in the world, and how to raise them so they can protect their country and, you know, the rebellion town. So there will just be a lot of mentions of paragraphs where Violet says that she goes to the library to research stuff. She doesn't find anything. She goes to talk to someone in the library. Nothing happens. They have a bit of conversations about books. Just in case you're wondering, I might probably skip over most of these because they don't really do anything and they're not really exciting. That's just really like the one main thing that sort of runs through most of the book. Violet trying to find out about wards. But, you know, it's not really that interesting to read about library research. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? So yeah, I'm not telling you every single instance of of Violet going to the library. That's just what happens throughout the book occasionally. It's conscription day. It means a bunch of first years are coming to Basquiat Walcott to join the army. Violet and her friends now as second years sort of oversee these tasks. The first task, of course, as we remember, is parapet, which basically is like a giant, super slippery, dangerous bridge that you have to cross. If you fall off, you die, because you can't just join a different branch of the military if you fail to join. No, you immediately have to die. And so they watch people do parapet, and we get some info. We find out that only 91, roughly like 91 dragons have agreed to bond this year. Somehow they already know that. Then I was wondering, then why the hell do you conscript so many people into your rider squadron if you already know that there are not going to be that many dragons to bond with? Because remember, it's conscription day, you're kind of forced to be in the military. But then the book tries to give us an explanation for something that we had until this point assumed worked quite differently. Namely, it's called conscription day. You know, they're conscripting soldiers. Some people have been forced to join the Dragon Riders. Violet's been forced by her mother. Every rebel kid has been forced to go into the Dragon Rider army. And now, Violet, out of nowhere, tells us this. A little piece of me dies watching the cruelty of it, and it's a struggle to remember that every single candidate here is by their own choice. They're all volunteers, unlike the other quadrants, which take conscripts who pass the entrance exam. So apparently, everyone who goes to the Riders Quadrant is a volunteer, which makes no sense whatsoever, because why the hell would anyone in their right mind join the Dragon Riders Quadrant? We're told later that the Dragon Rider Quadrant is the only arm of the military that you have to join for life. All the other ones, like Scribe, Healers, and Infantry, they all have like a set time frame that you join them for a couple of years and then you can leave. The Dragon Riders you join for life. And it was just another element where I was like, why would anyone join the Dragon Riders voluntarily? You could die on your way to school. You could die from multiple tasks at every semester. Literal random students can kill you at any time. A dragon who doesn't like how you look could just swoop in and burn you to a crisp. You could get tortured to death accidentally. We'll come back to that one later. And it isn't even guaranteed that you will that you will bond with a dragon, because if you don't, you just have to repeat all of that again. You could die again doing all of these stupid tasks. And you have to do this for life if you do happen to bond with a dragon. And I was like, no one would join this. No one would join this arm of the military voluntarily if those were the conditions you have to live under. No one would do that in real life, because the benefit of maybe having a cool dragon that you have to be with for the rest of your life if they don't kill you isn't enough of a benefit to join the military, if you ask me. But hey, apparently that's what's happening. Now, at Conscription Day, we're introduced to two rather seemingly important characters. The first one is called Eric. And Eric, turns out, is secretly the third son of the king. So we have a character who secretly relates to the king. He's literally a secret prince. He's a prince incognito. And he just joins the Dragon Riders now, out of nowhere, incognito, and doesn't want his dad to know. Second character who we get to know here is Sloane. Sloane is Liam's little sister. Liam, the fan favorite character who died at the end of the last book. And now Sloane, for some reason, has also decided to join the Dragon Riders. And of course she blames Violet for Liam's death. So there's a bit of beef there. So these two characters have now been introduced. They seem very important, don't they? You know, we have literally a secret prince. A secret prince. And we have the little sister of a fan favorite character who died, who has beef with our main character. If you think that either of these characters will be important to the narrative, that Violet will have deep conversations with them, getting to know them, that we'll have some character development for either of these characters, that they will play an important role into what's happening. No. The narration has literally just introduced two seemingly super duper important characters with great fanfare, and we basically won't see them for almost the entire book. Especially Eric will never really pop up. He will become important for literally one scene in the entire novel. And Sloane occasionally turns up in the first couple of chapters in the first half of the novel, and then we kind of forget about her until the very end of the book when her powers become important. But that's it. Two seemingly very super duper important characters who get introduced. The narration immediately just drops like a hot biscuit. So, that happens. We have everyone gathers in the courtyard of the school. A dragon comes in. A giant orange dagger-tailed dragon, which we find out belongs to Varish. And this orange dragon, for some reason, as a couple of people get scared and try to run away, kills all of the runners and then kills an entire group of students. Half of the third squad is completely gone. Violet has to throw herself in front of a couple of new students. Her back is torched, but don't worry, she has her special literal plot armor, so she's fine. It only hurts a bit. And yeah, Orange Dragon's just killing a bunch of students. This dragon, by the way, is called Soulless, so he's Varish's dragon. And Taryn is already I don't like Soulless, he's bad, you should beware of him. And I'm like, no shit. Chapter 9, Violet picks up the habit of going running with Imogen because she can't sleep well. She's having nightmares about Liam and all the shit that happened at the end of book 1. Classes are starting up again. We get some really stupid, useless conversations about, just random things. They talk about their magic powers, like their signets, because, you know, there are the major magic powers that everyone has responded with a dragon, but there's also minor magic, which is just basically, which feels like, you know, cantrips in D&D, but in this world, it's used for like really random, everyday things, like using a pen. You need to use a pen. You need to use magic to use a pen. It's still fucking stupid. Like, they make fun of the first years for like writing with quills because they don't have their magic abilities yet. And I'm like, this is not as cool or funny or zazzy as you think it sounds. It's stupid. They use their like little lesser minor magic for like so much random bullshit, like using a pen. They like always open and close doors with magic, just like with a twiddle of your fingers. And I'm like, it's not special. It's boring. You're lazy. Fuck off. I hate this. They joined Battle Brief. Battle Brief is sort of like a, I think, daily class where, you know, it's just an update on the war and they can ask about what's going on, and they're trying to talk strategy and all that. They talk about the war games. So, you know, what happened at the end of the last book. We're being told that they cleared out an entire outpost for war games to stage that scenario. And I was like, why would you clear out an entire defense post for a training session? No surprise that you get attacked there, idiots, if you do shit like that. Even if it's for a training session, I don't care. You add war, you don't just clear out entire defense posts. That's stupid. As the class commences, suddenly a rando just walks in, just happens to walk in and asks for Violet. He walks in and asks, who here is Violet, Sora and Gale? And then one of Violet's friends, whose name I do not remember because she's not important at all, just out of fun says, I'm Violet. And the big guy walks to her and snaps her neck and kills her. And chapter 10 opens with Violet immediately fighting the big guy who was there to kill her. No one helps her. No one jumps in to, you know, solve this issue. Fight the bad guy who's like, just kill the student, walked into class, kill the student, is about to kill another one. They're fighting. The teachers don't do anything. But Violet, of course, manages to defeat him because she's an absolute badass. She wonders if this is an assassin sent to kill her, because, you know, Dane's dad threatened to kill her and her friends and all that, and everyone's been involved with the rebellion, so that's maybe sort of what's going on. Later in combat training, Violet sees Sloane. Sloane is bad. Sloane is just bad. She isn't a good fighter. But Violet, who has promised Liam to look after his sister, of course, kind of has to help her. So that's sort of what's going on in the background in class. Later, Xaden joins her. You just gotta love how Violet is always like, oh, I don't love him, I don't trust him, I can't be with him right now, it's bad, but also, he's so fucking hot and I can't do anything about it. No, help me, why is he so fucking sexy? And you're like, oh my god, get a grip. Just get a grip, girl. So Xaden is there to talk to her. They go into her room and he tells her that he has warded off her room so no one can just wander in, you know, like that guy in class just did. But guess who the one exception is? I put the bowl on my nightstand, pick up my brush, my gaze drifting to the door when I hear Rhiannon's voice in the hallway, second before she shuts her door. Which reminds me, did you ward my room from visitors before you left? He nods. It's ward against sound, too. He crosses his ankle over his knee, keeping his boots off my bed. One way, of course. You can hear what's going on out there, but they can't hear what's going on in here. Figured you might like your privacy. For all people I can't bring in, you can bring in whomever you want, he counters. Really? Sarcasm drips from my voice as I drag the brush through my damp hair. Because Rhiannon tried to walk in and ended up on the other side of the hallway. The corners of his mouth lift into a glimpse of a smile. Tell her to hold your hand next time. The only way in here is by touching you. Wait, I pause, then finish pulling the brush through my snagged end. So you didn't ward it for only you and me. It's your room, Violet. His eyes track the movement of the brush through my hair, and the way his fingers curl in his lap makes me swallow hard. The room is warded to let in whomever you pull through. He clears his throat and shifts his weight as I finish another pass with the brush. And selfishly, me. Yeah, because of course Xaden has to be the one exception. Chapter 11 just continues with Violet being weak as hell when it comes to Violet. Chapter 11 basically just continues with Violet being weak as hell when it comes to Xaden, that she basically is like, I don't want to take him back, but also I literally want to see him every single day because I love him and he's sexy, but also, ooh, I hate him. He doesn't trust me, I shrug, and I can't really trust him, it's complicated. But damn, do I miss catching glimpses of him every day. Saturday can't get here soon enough. Besides, even if two people have unmatched chemistry, that doesn't mean they should be in a relationship beyond anything physical. Yeah, so the whole thing with the questionable physical attraction is here as well. Violet goes back to the library. There she meets up with a character called Jasenia, who's a scribe, who Violet is friends with. She gives her a book on like very early dragon riding history. Violet helps out with some kind of text translation. And then, I don't know, Violet just goes off. She has a talk with Rhiannon. They talk about like Xaden and relationships, and maybe there are better potential partners out there, which I kind of agree with. Then Violet receives a letter from Mira, her older sister, who's also at the front fighting. She opens up the letter and it's almost completely redacted. So someone's been opening the letter and redacted most of the information, which seems really important. And maybe Violet should talk to her sister about it the next time she sees her. No. Violet will never mention that to her sister. This will also never happen again. Just another plot point that gets randomly introduced and immediately dropped, although it seems kind of important. It's also very confusing how Violet keeps having conversations with people out loud, while she also has dialogue at the same time in her head with Terran, with her dragons. This, not only does it read in a very chaotic way, I'm also wondering how the fuck do you have normal conversations as a dragon rider? Because you will just be having like, you know, talking to a friend and you'll talk about class and what's going on. Meanwhile, the entire time in your head, it's just your dragon nagging about something else. And isn't it like major overkill, like just having too many voices that you're hearing? I don't know, it just seems very confusing. Then Bodhi drops in. Bodhi is, I think, Xaden's cousin. He looks very similar to Xaden, which for a short while had me worried, because Violet always mentions that Bodhi's also very good looking because he looks so similar to Xaden. So for a moment I was like, oh god, I hope Violet doesn't have like a temporary crush on Bodhi because he's so similar to Xaden. But thank god that didn't happen. At least not in this book. I hope this doesn't become a potential plot point for one of the other sequels. They like keep talking about Xaden, talk about relationships. Bodhi like casually drops a name. He says that Xaden never cared like this for anyone, not even for Cat. So hey, ex-girlfriend is introduced. We'll come back to her later. Violet mentions that, she's been apart from Xaden and Terran's maid for a while, and that she can feel Terran's pain whenever he overpowers her emotions, when she doesn't keep like her shields up. She like says that like it happens all the time, like it's been going on for like a couple of chapters. We never get that. We never get like any kind of input on that Terran is causing her pain emotionally or physically. We're just told that Terran channels his pain all the time, apparently, but it doesn't get mentioned. So this is, as we go into chapter 12, this is the first time Violet is going off to meet Xaden at the front. Why they would send a uneducated second year to the front and fly for several hours straight, like 8 hours or something without break, apparently. Why they would do that instead of having Xaden come to her all the time, which seems much safer. No idea. Violet is looking for Xaden. He's not in his room, but she hears a commotion somewhere else, and she finds her way to a fighting pit. Two guesses who's fighting. It's Xaden, and he is shirtless, which of course means Violet immediately loses all control over her libido. So what's going on here is that Xaden fights with another guy over like passes, so like days off. Apparently in the military at the front you can fight for days off. This seems very chaotic, not legal, but apparently it's allowed. It's not a good structure. People could die. Why would you do this? Why isn't there like a designated holiday schedule or something? I don't know. But it sounds very, very stupid. There's only one pass for lieutenants this weekend, she says, moving a little closer. Jared has it and Ryerson wants it. So they're fighting for it. I peel my eyes from Xaden long enough to glance sideways at the rider beside me. She has short brown hair, sharp bird-like features and a thumbprint-sized scar on her jawline. Leave and pride, Lieutenant Colonel de Granzy's rule. You want it, you fight for it. You want to keep it, you better be good enough to defend it. They have to fight for passes. Isn't that brutal? And wrong, extreme, horrible. And detrimental to ring morale? Yeah, it's almost like hurting your students or your soldiers, harming them in any way or potentially killing them is bad for morale and bad for your army numbers. No way! And I love how Violet is like shocked that two guys are having like a fist fight over this, but somehow is completely cool with her school killing off students if they're weak. But apparently this is too brutal. I don't know. Make it make sense. And of course, Violet sees Xaden shirtless and he's fighting. That means Violet's brain completely shut off. It's only sexiness from now on. We all know that the only thing this woman can do, as soon as she sees her man, is thirst. Thirst and nothing but thirst, and this is what it sounds like. My confidence in Xaden is almost arrogance. Gods, he's beautiful. The major lights illuminating the chamber highlight every carved line of roped muscle on his chest and abs, a play of the angles of his face. And when he turns, the 107 scars that mark his back catch the light on the scale's relic. I stare. I can't help it. His body is a work of art honed to lethal perfection. I know every inch of it, and yet I'm still gawking, transfixed like it's the first time I've seen him half-dressed. This should absolutely not be turning me on, but the way he moves, the lethal grace in each and every calculated strike. Yep, turned on. Not only is this again written in such a juvenile way, once again, this book just proves to me that Violet really likes to objectify men. This still feels really, really uncomfortable. She already did this in the last novel with basically every man, especially Xaden, and she keeps doing it in this one. And I don't get how this is cool. I don't understand how this is romantic in any way. This is objectifying. Just imagine if Xaden was a woman and like a man described a woman looking like while he looks at her. Everyone would jump up immediately and call it toxic and bad and objectifying, and for some reason no one does it in this case, even though it very much is objectifying. It's okay to like think that someone is sexy, but the way it's overdone once again in this book by Violet is so uncomfortable and done in a way that I think not a lot of people address, that yes, women can objectify men as well. That happens, and it's happening right now in this book, and will happen many, many, many more times. Violet cannot keep it in her pants. She just goes on about it, and she uses, once again, it like gets lampshaded that, you know, the way Violet is thinking, that the way she's thinking might not really be that good, you know. And she says, maybe it's toxic as hell, but it's pointless to deny that every single part of me is attracted to every facet of Xaden, and it's not just his body, it's everything. Even the darkest parts of him, the parts I know are merciless, willing to annihilate anyone and everyone who stands between him and a goal, pull me in like a moth to a fucking flame. Love that phrasing. My heart pounds like a drumbeat and my stupid chest aches just watching him maneuver around the floor of the pit, toying with his opponent. I've missed watching him in the gym, sparring with Garrick. I've missed being with him on the mat, feeling his body over mine as he puts me on my back over and over again. I've missed the tiny moments in my day when our eyes would meet in the crowded hallway, the bigger moments when I've had him all to myself. I'm so damn in love with him that it hurts, and for the moment, I can't remember why I'm denying myself. It's just so tiring. It's just so tiring having to read this every time she sees him, literally every single time. Like, it doesn't even matter that he lied to her. She immediately forgets about it the second she sees him. And it's written like such a corny way, how she's attracted him, with like really stupid phrases that, once again, if you read them out loud, sounds absolutely ridiculous. Like, she's turned on by him, she's hot for him, and this is how she describes it. Taking away the show should cool my blood, but it doesn't. Pretty sure dumping a bucket of snowy slush from the nearby peaks over my head couldn't lessen the heat either. I'd probably just steam. Sounds absolutely ridiculous. Violet says that it doesn't matter that he hurt me, didn't trust me, I don't even know if I trust him, but I want him. So forget about emotional feelings, forget about communicating with your boyfriend, talking things through, forget about drawing boundaries. No, if your boyfriend is hot, go and snog him anyway, no one cares. And that's exactly what's happening. They start making out, they're kissing, they're snogging, it's absolutely awful. Once again, they use the phrase that they're sucking their tongues in, which, once again, I will point out, sounds weird and uncomfortable. If you have ever kissed someone or have someone you could kiss right now, go and try that. Suck it, literally suck in their tongue while kissing. Doesn't sound very nice. I lost it. I literally lost it at the following line. He's gravity pulling me back to him by the force of his existence. I fucking lost it. I just lost it at that line. I don't even know how to describe it. If it's just corny, cheesy, I don't care. I just fucking lost it. It's so ridiculous. And this is a metaphor Violet will keep using throughout the book. For some reason, Xaden is always gravity. He's gravity pulling her towards him. It's always that kind of imagery, which sounds weird, and I'm not quite sure if gravity works that way. If he can be gravity, I don't know. Maybe Xaden has such a massive libido that he forms a gravity field, you know, like a planet or something. I don't know. It feels weird. They get like really sexy and smoochy, and once again, Xaden really wants it. But Violet's like, nah, we shouldn't, because I don't trust you yet. But he really wants it, but also he's like, I don't want you to have sex with me unless you like fully trust me and say that you love me. And we get like, I'm gonna blend it in here because I don't want to read that out loud. We get like some sexy talk from Xaden, and just read it, and the way it sounds is not sexy anymore. It just, at this point, reads like straight up porn. This will get worse when they actually do shag. It just sounds like really cringy porn talk, like an E-rated fanfic on AO3. Makes you really uncomfortable and throws out all pretense that this basically reads like a YA book, but it's like really leaning into the hardcore sexy stuff, even though it doesn't vibe with anything else that's going on. They just end up talking, and they talk about the weapons which the villain is trying to smuggle, the special kinds of weapons that can destroy Venin. And I want to read this to you because it's long, but it's the perfect example for what I've been talking about, that they just have meandering, boring ass conversations about seemingly important world-building things, and just there's stuff that gets just like mentioned and it's way too much, it's overstuffed, it's overly complicated, and you just read this, your mind is trying to tell you this is kind of important, but also at the same time it's so boring, just skim past it, you don't want to read it. And I'm trying to read this fast, but just I have to give you an impression of what this is like and what this book seems to think is interesting, engaging world building. When we were at the lake before resting, you said the only thing that can kill a Venom is what powers the wards. Yes, he leans back in his chair, one eyebrow raised, his bow forgotten. The daggers are made of the material that powers the wards, I guess. The alloy Brennan mentioned. Zane opens the bottom drawer and moves some things around before pulling out a replica of the dagger I used to kill the Venom on Terran's back. He walks over to me and holds it out, hilt first. I take it from his hand. The weight and hum of power coming from the blade are instantly nauseating. Whether from the energy or the memory of the last time I held one, I'm unsure. Either way, I breathe deeply and remind myself I'm not on Terran's back. There's no one trying to kill me or him. I'm in Zayden's bedroom, Zayden's very warded bedroom. Safe. No safer place on the continent, really. The blade itself was silver, sharpened on both edges, and the hilt is the same matte black of the one I used in Resin, the same that had been in Mother's desk last year. I run my fingers along the medallion in the hilt that it's a duller grey and decorated with a rune. That piece is the alloy. He sits next to me on the bed. The metal in the hilt, it's a specific blend of material smelted into what you see there. It's not power in itself, but it's capable of holding power. The wards themselves originate from the Veil, near Batgirl, but they only reach so far. These, he taps the medallion, hold extra power to boost the wards and extend them. The more material, the stronger the wards. There's an entire armory of them downstairs, boosting the wards. The details are classified, but that's why outposts are placed strategically, to keep up orders from developing weak points. But how could the wards ever falter if these power them constantly? I brush my thumb over the alloy and my own power rises, charging the air. Because they only hold so much power. Once it's used, it has to be imbued again. Hold on, imbued with power? Yes, imbuing is a process of leaving power and stasis in an object. A rider has to pour their own power into it, which is a skill not a lot of us have. He glances meaningfully at me. And don't ask, we're not getting into how that works tonight. Have there always been placed on daggers? He shakes his head. No, that started right before the rebellion. My guess is Melgren had a vision of how an upcoming battle is going to go, and these were central to his victory. Once Gale chooses me at threshing, we started to work to smuggle out a few daggers at a time to supply what drifts we could make friendly contact with. Aratia needs a forge to smelt the alloy to make more weapons. Yes, it takes a dragon to fire a crucible, which we have, and a luminary to intensify dragon fire hot enough to smelt, he says. I nod, staring at the thumb-sized medallion. How can something so small be the key to our entire continent's survival? So you just put the alloy into a dagger and get an instant venom killer? A smile tugs at his mouth. It's a little more complicated than that. What do you think came first? I asked, studying the dagger. The wards or the ability to boost them? Or are they intertwined? That's all classified. He takes the dagger back and returns into the desk drawer. So how about we work on your shield instead of worrying about Navarre's? I yawn. I'm tired. Atos won't care. He slides into my mind easily. Fine. I lean back, bracing my weight on my palms, and build my mental shields quite quickly, block by block. Do your worst. And that's what the world-building conversations are like. Really boring ass fantasy facts bombardments that don't really mean anything. It's just what's going on for this entire book. And that's how we continue with in chapter 13. They fly back to school. Terran mentions that he's not 600 years old. So I'm wondering, how old is he? Would be kind of a fun did you know fact about dragons to, like, you know, build up the dragon character, but no, not really. Terran talks about, there's like a bit of talk about dragons, about their power. It's mentioned that it's Terran's power that Violet has, so the lightning. So in that case, it sounds to me like the power does come from a dragon, because in the last book, I was wondering how the hell does the magic system work? Do you get a power dependent on the dragon color? Does it depend on the person? Is it a mix of dragon and person? Like, how is it distributed? Because some powers are more unique than others. Some, I don't know. It just didn't really make sense to me. And at this point, it sounded to me like, okay, Terran's power. So the power does come from the dragon. That's how I understood it at that point in time. I don't understand why some powers are still forbidden, because it said in the first book that mind readers are forbidden. They will be killed immediately. They will be given no time to think about the power they have just received. They had no idea they would receive the mind-reading power. You just get killed instantly. Why that happens, no idea. Why would you let someone bond with a dragon who has mind-reading powers? No idea. It's not really clear how any of that works. We move on into a training session where Varish is being a massive wanker. He trains Violet to like basic exhaustion, has her shoot lightnings everywhere like freaking, I don't know, Azula, but less cool. And all because he's mad that Andarna didn't show up as ordered, because he has ordered that all the dragons that are bonded with riders have to show up, but as we know, Andarna is in her teenage baby dragon sleep. I was like, don't they always make a point of how no human can command a dragon? What's going on here? And wouldn't they know about dragon sleep? Isn't that like something that's been researched before? Couldn't the dragons tell the humans that's what's going on? Does Varish not know about this? Does he just ignore that to be a twat? No idea. It just seems like he's calling for Andarna to be there while everyone else seems to know that she can't be there because she's sleeping. So he pushes Violet too much to the point that she basically burns out from all the magic use, and she is seriously injured by the overexhaustion. Then, as she has basically been almost tortured to death, is like on the brink of dying or at least passing out, this is what she's thinking. After a minute, I find the strength to hold the blanket myself. At least my muscles are working again. Longing rips through me as I stare up at the tree, its white trunk which I know bears the scar from 2 knife marks. I want Xaden. It's illogical. He couldn't have stopped Varish. I don't need his protection. I don't need him to carry me back to the dorms. I just want him. He's the only person I want to talk to about what happened on that mountain. So yeah, once again, all Violet can think about is fucking Xaden. She's been tortured by her teacher. She's almost died. She's recovering. You know, maybe she wants a cup of tea. Maybe she wants to talk to Rhiannon. No, all she can think about is, once again, Xaden is hot. That's all that's important. Later on in class, we get a bit more detail on Sloane. Sloane is doing very badly in combat. How she is still alive at this point is a mystery to me, since usually weaker students get killed by some other students. That's what we've been led to believe in book 1. But for some reason, that's not what's going on. Also, Sloane is one of the rebel kids. So Liam was one of the rebel kids, so Sloane is also one of the rebel kids, which means that she theoretically has a sort of natural advantage because she's been trained previously. The rebels used to get training like before they joined the military, which, well, I'm wondering why would you do that? You're sending, which is already stupid enough, you're sending the rebel kids into the rider squadron to punish them because you hope that's where they would die, but then you give them training before. And guess what? Violet mentions that, you know, they kind of realized the rebels got good at fighting, and then they stopped training them before sending them to a Dragon Rider school. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. That was a stupid idea, training them beforehand. It was already a stupid idea to send the rebels, you know, the enemies of the government, to your army and give them access to your indestructible killing machines. But let's not talk about that. The chapter ends with Violet being attacked. She falls unconscious on her way to class. Chapter 14. Violet and the others have been taken somewhere else to the school. Their dragon connection has been severed. They were given like some kind of potion mixture, like a mix of herbs that basically sizzled out their connection with their dragon. And we realized that this is a training session, which is some kind of navigational exercise, which is supposed to teach them how to work together because the riders are forced to work with a bunch of people from the infantry, who of course all suck. They're all losers. They're basic ass bitches because they don't have dragons. The narration makes it very clear that's what we're supposed to think. And you know what I was thinking? It doesn't help that the different branches of the military don't like each other and are seemingly also like a bit encouraged to not like each other. You know, doesn't really help with morale, as you would say. So these people get thrown together and they're basically being given a place on a map, and they have to like go there and wait for extraction. And just kind of like see what happens. Here I got momentarily, as I look at my notes here a bit closer, I got momentarily confused about what Violet is wearing. I wasn't even sure what anyone was wearing in the first book. In this book, it finally gets mentioned that they have uniforms. How they actually look is never detailed. All we know is that the Dragon Rider uniforms are black. That's kind of it. And Violet has her cool special armor, like corset armor, which for some reason not every soldier has, because it saves Violet so many times throughout these novels, and for some reason not every soldier has one of these. She mentions that she like removes her top, leaving her in armor only, which had me wondering, you wear your armor under your shirt? Like just your armor and then a shirt and that's it? Do you wear your armor like on your skin? Because I don't think that's good for you. And then, because like earlier she mentioned that she has like slits in her top so she can reach the daggers on her armor. And I was like, so she has her armor, she has daggers on her armor. Makes sense, so she can reach them easily. And then she wears a top over that, covering her daggers. And then there are slits in the top so she can reach the daggers more easily? Why aren't you just wearing your armor above everything where, you know, it's supposed to be and you can reach your weapons? What is that? Irritated me so much. She complains about the infantry people. She's like, they're all just some people in uniforms. They have no specializations. They just fight with normal weapons. I'm like a normal infantry. Like a normal infantry in literally every army that's ever existed, which is literally their job. I don't know. Why are riders treated as being so fucking special? It's literally just because they have dragons. And they get given so many, there's so many exceptions that are made for riders, and they're being given so many privileges. You know, no wonder everyone sort of hates them, and there's like antagonism between the different arms of the army. Because everyone treats the riders like they're the best fucking thing in the world, and everyone else is like basic ass bitches. That's basically what we're getting here. On their way to the extraction point, they get, by the way, attacked by Jack's former dragon. Remember Jack? That was the random arsehole Draco Malfoy from the last book who hated Violet for no reason until Violet killed him. Turns out Dragon Riders and infantry can't work that well together. Chapter 15 basically starts with them saying, we fucked up, we're bad, someone had to come get us. Will this training session be important to the plot? Will any lessons of this be learned that will somehow impact later story beats or character decisions? Nope, not important whatsoever. Rhiannon and Violet are talking a bit. Rhiannon seems to, like, at this point kind of realize that, you know, something's going on because Violet's been behaving very weirdly. But Violet, of course, can't tell her about the rebellion. But they're all complaining about you know, that they've been kidnapped and that they have torture training, that all that happening. But what they are complaining about is not necessarily that, you know, they get kidnapped out of nowhere and potentially could die and tortured. What they do get upset about is their temporary separation from their dragon bond. But the fact that they literally got kidnapped and could be tortured to death and just die out there, that's not the problem. In chapter 16, we get callback from Jazinia, from the scribe friend. She comes to the conclusion that the library at the War College is incomplete, seemingly so on purpose. So basically it's confirming what all the rebel kids have been thinking, that, you know, the government and the military leaders are lying to everyone about what's actually been going on. And Violet just like sort of continues doing library research, but nothing's really coming of it right now, and sort of asks Jazinia to help. Xaden has been in contact with Violet as well. He's been writing her letters. Apparently it's very sweet. Those letters are very cute. And Violet will be like, oh, this is my favorite letter he's written so far, and I keep it with me all day. We never get to see any letter from Xaden. Not a single one. We get like tiny excerpts which are like 2 sentences long at the beginning of each chapter. You know, the quote thingies, which don't count. Within the actual narration, we never get a letter from Xaden, you know, something that would actually show, you know, detailed characterization or character development for one of our main leads. Nope, we never see those letters in any way, shape or form. This is also the chapter where we're being told that Dragon Rider commission is lifelong, which we've talked about previously. It's bullshit. Why would anyone do that voluntarily? Then they join combat training. They watch the first year's fighting. Sloane is, as we've already established, bad. Violet pulls a 4th wing and essentially again poisons Sloane's opponent in order to help her, and even gives her some outright advice. And basically, Violet like blackmailed Sloane into training with her or her friend, because she's like, well, I have Liam's letters and I will only give them to you if you train with us, because I don't want you to die. And the funny thing about this is Violet is not allowed to help Sloane. Violet is not allowed to help first years. She keeps doing it all the time, very openly, and there are no consequences. Rhiannon is right there. She's some kind of leader, squad leader, I have no idea. And she lets Violet do it. There are no consequences. No one dies, no one gets punished. Apparently this is fine. Varish once again comes in. He brings Violet to Terran because it's time to like fly off and do some stuff. Terran, as a reply, as he sees Varish, Terran says something that's the most untypical thing I think a dragon could ever say. He says, I'll snack if he makes a move, Terran promises, and I start to breathe normally. This author just had a super ancient, badass mega dragon say, I'll snack. That's what I call consistent characterization. Chapter 17, nothing happens much. They receive like a public announcement to sort of like beware strangers that are seeking shelter from a village. They sort of think it's fake news, like what's really going on? Can the teachers be trusted? Quick pop into the library, research, Jazinia, that's it, that's chapter 17. In chapter 18, Xaden is coming to visit again. They are once again fighting about trust issues because Violet didn't tell Xaden that she's doing library research about pretty important things. He doesn't really like that. Then she's like, well, you are not telling me things either. He's like, well, I can't tell you everything because it's kind of complicated. And she's like, no, you have to tell me literally everything in your life. And it's the same fucking conversation again for like the third or fourth time. Chapter 19, it's the height of summer because Violet complains that her full leather armor sucks during summer, which makes me wonder, do they not have a summer uniform? Do they just wear the same uniform throughout the whole year and either freeze to death or overheat? I don't know. Varish, once again, is being a twat. He wants to punish Violet, but Terran manages to intervene. He almost kills Varish's dragon, and Varish immediately like backs off. It becomes like a crying little bitch because, you know, Terran is there. Violet and Rhiannon have a fight because, you know, Violet is still not saying anything but behaving weirdly, and Rhiannon is like, "Why? What's going on? What are you not telling me?" And essentially, Violet is being like, I've seen things, man. Seen things that you won't ever believe, even if I told you. And I just can't. It's just like these stupid life and death things that I can't tell you about. Also, apparently seeing my friends die and do those stupid life and death tasks at school was a good thing, because they prepared me for all the shit that's going on in the real world. And yeah, apparently it's a good thing. Seeing all of your friends and fellow students and soldiers get murdered right in front of you prepares you for war. That's helpful. If your own government and war education does that, apparently that's a good thing. Violet and Xaden once again meet up for their regular weekend. They have to pretend that they're together, even though they're still fighting because they're being watched. Violet immediately loses all pretense, even though she knows that they're just supposed to be like pretend. She immediately forgets it. Hardcore makeout in front of everyone. Violet says something like, "He's the horizon and nothing exists beyond me." I want to throw up at this point. They talk, but thank God, before like anything more than talking and sexy stuff can happen, Mira interrupts because she's stationed at the same outpost as Xaden. So Mira and Violet end up talking. For some reason, they don't mention Brennan at all. Violet doesn't mention Brennan. It seems kind of important to maybe mention that. She doesn't. Mira is also surprisingly chill with the whole Xaden Violet thing, considering that she was the one in the last book who was all about stay away from Xaden Ryerson because he will fucking kill you. But she's kind of surprisingly cool with her sister dating this man that, as far as she's concerned, she knows has killed people they know, and his family's responsible for their brother's death. But apparently, that's fine. The next stage in Violet's education is torture training, and we'll find out that most deaths during Dragon Rider education happen during the torture training, because they literally could like just accidentally kill you while torturing you for training, or they will kill you if you yield because you want them to stop. And somehow this is good education. You're worried about the interrogation portion, I guess, sheathing the 11th dagger at my ribs. They're going to beat you black and blue just to see if you can take it. She plucks my dagger from the throat of her target. And the way you break. I can handle pain. I turn toward her. I live in pain. I practically build a house there and set up a whole economy. I can take whatever they dish out. After War Games, RSC is when the most second years die, she admits quietly. And they take 1 or 2 squats at a time for exercises, so you don't really notice the increase in the death roll, but it's there. If you don't break, they can accidentally torture you to death, and if you do break, they'll kill you for it. So the school will just keep continuing the soldiers that they need for war, that apparently aren't, even once they forced to be there, they aren't conscripted, they are volunteers, and they just keep killing them off anyway, even though they need them. Make it make sense, Yaros, make it make sense. You can't, because it doesn't, and you haven't thought about this in any way, shape or form. Violet sort of tries to tell Mira the truth at this point about, you know, what the government and the military leaders have been hiding, but Mira questions it and doesn't quite believe her. Jump cut. We're in bed with Zayden and Violet. Don't worry, luckily, they're not having sex. It's not happening yet. And he tells her that the infantry has been killing civilians who are trying to cross the border into safety. And of course, Violet's like, oh my god, the government we have already found out is killing people and not being honest. It's killing people and not being honest. Big surprise. Chapter 21, classes continue. They talk about what they've been learning. At this point, I was wondering, do they continue any of their previous classes from year 1? I mean, I guess they still have combat training, but what about, you know, flying sessions? In the first year, they had like flying sessions where they would, you know, bond with their dragons and learn how to fly well. Are they not doing that anymore? That seems like something you should do, preferably maybe daily. Because, you know, you're a dragon rider, maybe you want to train riding your dragon every day? Maybe? I don't know. Just a suggestion. There's been a massive attack, and Violet thinks that it was like revenge against their rebellion kids, the rebellion kids, because one of them died there during the attack. So, yeah, maybe someone assassinated one of the rebellion kids. She has a short run-in with Dane, tells him to just fuck off, not touch her. But then Dane and Violet have to fight in training. He like directly challenges her and explains to her while they fight that he didn't know about all the shit that happened at the end of book 1. And essentially says, yes, I did tell my dad, but I did not know what my dad would do afterwards. I had no idea about that. And then he says, well, do you know who gave Zayden all those scars on his back? Because maybe you should know, because, you know, Zayden has like all these hundreds of scars on his back that he took as when he took like the blame, the weight of all the rebel kids on himself, like the responsibility, and then for that he was given all these scars. And then Dane tells Violet that Violet's mum actually gave Zayden those scars. They keep fighting. Of course, Violet doesn't want to be touched because Dane can read her recent memories if she does. If he does touch her, somehow Dane's power is classified. Like apparently no one knows, but Violet knows and other people know. And also, how does Dane even exist? Because mind reading was declared illegal. That was made very, very clear in book 1. And I would argue Dane's power, being able to read recent memories, is a mind reading power. So why is Dane still alive? No idea, maybe because he's the son of the guy who's in charge. I don't know. Violet has like a very short run-in with Eric, in case you've forgotten. That's the guy who's secretly a prince. They talk about nothing. He doesn't do anything. He kind of knows that there's a rebellion going on, but he's not important. Chapter 22 starts off with like a stupid dream that Violet has about like a venom attack. Then she goes and meet up with Zayden. Apparently autumn is setting in at this point. It would be great to know if we had any frame of reference for like how time passes in this, because apparently they use the normal calendar with the normal months that we know, but it's always very hard to tell how time passes. Like, we have no clear idea of how many weeks or days are passing, which just occasionally get mentioned. It's summer, now it's autumn, now it's winter, now there's snow, now there's sunshine. I'm like, how is time passing? When? What's the time frame? No idea. Got no reference whatsoever. They talk about the torture training that Violet is going to be taken away for very soon. And Zayden is trying to be like uplifting and tell Violet that she can do it and that she won't break, but he says it in a way that makes me think that I don't think Xaden understands how the human body works. Violence, remember, it's only the body that's fragile. You are unbreakable. And I was like, yeah, but you know, Xaden, if the body dies, if, I don't know, during torture training, she bleeds to death, she's dead. If her throat gets cut, if she gets stabbed in the heart, if her neck snaps, her body is gone. And that means she's dead. Then it doesn't matter if her mind was unbreakable, if she had a strong spirit, if she had so many emotions. If her body dies, she's gone. That's again one of those sentences where, as an author, I urge you to read shit out loud. Because sometimes shit sounds really cool when you're writing it down. You're thinking, oh, this sounds really cool and badass when I'm writing this. I get this too when I write stories. But then, you know, you happen to read this stuff out loud and then you realize, wow, this sounds really stupid and doesn't make any sense whatsoever. This is one of those sentences. Chapter 23, torture training. It's the torture assessment, which are at this point supposed to be more instructional. They don't really tell them, they don't give them instructions what to do. Violet is like, oh, remember my coping mechanisms that I learned in class. I'm like, what coping mechanisms? What did you learn in class? We weren't there for that. You're just telling us that you learned coping mechanisms. We have no idea what that means, what you're relying on, what you learned, because we never get to know all the important shit that happens in the background of this story. And the teacher sends in two randos, like two random writers, and they're essentially doing like a good cop, bad cop routine. And they single out Violet because they know that she's physically weak, because, you know, chronic illness doesn't really get mentioned. And basically the entire strategy is talk or we'll kill you. Like, talk or we'll hurt you. That's all they do. Like, they've been given a secret that they shouldn't reveal. And all this torture training is like, tell us the secret. No. Boom. Tell us the secret. No. Bam. That's it. That's the whole torture training. It's not effective. Doesn't work. Makes no sense. And in general, torture is just a really bad way to get information because, you know, the person could just lie to you to make you stop and you wouldn't know. Varish comes into the interrogation and he brings in Dane. And he wants Dane to read Violet's mind. This is where chapter 24 continues. Varish tries to manipulate Dane, but Dane actually ends up refusing the order's been given, and he leaves. Varish, angry and still upset with Violet, decides to just continue the torture training. And I was wondering at this point, how much fucking reach does this man have? Because he's not in charge. Sure, he's high up, but he's not in charge. Does Violet's mom not know about any of this? Does no one know? How does no one know what their teachers are doing? That students just end up getting tortured willy-nilly. Well, what happens is that the whole squad gets imprisoned for the torture training. Violet is the one who's singled out for torture. She just keeps getting mended, like healed, and then they keep going. One time after she got mended by someone, the guy who's mended her leaves the window open, coincidentally, and like right outside the prison cell has a conversation with Varish, and coincidentally, alongside Violet, everyone overhears a conversation that's not at all important coincidental foreshadowing. The door opens and Nolan escapes. I close it, he tells whoever is on the other side. His eyes meet mine through the window as he shuts the door, the lock audibly clicking into place, but not the window. Rhiannon tucks me down and we both drop into a crouch. I've been thinking about my other patient, Nolan says casually. What about him? Varish replies. He spent the night in the infirmary again. Soren Gale will have to sleep off the mending for another hour or so. Why don't you walk back with me and see if your particular skills could be of use? I might be overlooking something. Rhiannon and I exchange the same confused look. You think the sessions are failing? Varish asks. I think I've done all I can for him, Nolan answers. I'm not going to sit here all day and waste time while she's sleeping. Fine, we'll go, Varish replies. We have to be quick, the others are fetching breakfast. Then by all means, let's make it fast. A moment later, the antechamber door opens and closes. So what a coincidence that we overheard this important conversation, and also what a coincidence that this one guy just left the window open, because that's how they escape. One of the friends from the gang melts basically the bars or something, and they break out of the cell. They make a run for it, and then I had to wonder, why would you leave entire squads together for torture training so they can escape? Why would you leave entire groups together? Why wouldn't you single them out? You know, isolation, which is also a form of torture. Why wouldn't you do that? Why would you stick everyone together with their powers and let them escape? Makes it so much more easier. I know. Why is everyone stupid at this school? Chapter 25. They get like special rewards for being unbreakable, essentially, during the torture training. They get news again of like a big attack that happened. Apparently 10,000 people are dead. They presume it's fake propaganda from the government. Then for some reason, Violet, as they talk about like these news, she's like, oh no, we wouldn't kill civilians. We wouldn't kill civilians across the border. This has to be fake news. And I'm like, you literally said 2 chapters ago that the government killed civilians. That's literally what's happening. What are you talking about, woman? And then the Mendes, or Nolan, that we just heard about, his secret work is revealed as we are rejoined by fucking Jack. Jack is back. He's been revived, never died, been revived from the dead, no idea. But motherfucking Jack Barlow is back. I audibly groaned out loud at like when this happened, because this is fucking ridiculous. Jack was such a ridiculously one-note character in the first book. He was just there to be like, I fucking hate you, Soren Gale, I'm gonna kill you because I don't like you. That was all this character was. And then Violet sort of had a character arc where she ended up killing him when she first manifested her lightning power. It kind of made sense, and it was okay. And now he's back. And guess what? He's not important. He comes back, has like maybe 2 scenes, maximum 3 scenes in the entire book. That's it. He's not going to become a major antagonist again in this book. Doesn't do anything. He just comes back. He's just back. It's so cheap, so boring, so fucking predictable. Such a lame way to like just come up with a new antagonist who's just the old antagonist, but who's not really doing anything. I just fucking lost it. Like, look at my notes. Look at my notes. That's how upset I was when this happened. Because it's just so fucking ridiculous. Chapter 26, for some reason, Violet literally says that Jack is hardly the worst of her problems or ever was. I'm like, bitch, he almost killed you several times in the last novel. He is potentially a huge problem. But also he isn't, because the narration basically forgets that he's there. And there's another attack on a large outpost. And Violet just like throws out potential, like possible places where the attack happened. None of these places mean anything to us because we don't know what they are. I'm not going to look up the map because I have no connection to these places and I do not care. And it ends up being the outpost where Mira and Zayden are stationed. And it's said that no one died, but one dragon rider was severely wounded. And Violet takes that to mean that Xaden got hurt. She has no proof for this. All she does, hears and sees is her teacher saying that one rider got hurt. As the teacher says that, she like scratches the side of her neck. And Violet looks at that and thinks, when she said that someone got hurt, she scratched the same spot where Xaden's tattoo is. That must mean she means Xaden, and she's sending me a signal. I'm immediately leaving class and running away. Make it make sense. But that's what happens. Chapter 27. Violet just flies to the outpost, out of nowhere. She just leaves without being allowed to leave, naturally. The first thing she literally thinks, up on finally finding Xaden, who's of course fine, up on seeing him, after thinking that he got massively injured and is maybe on the verge of death. That's what she's thinking. He moves like he always does, with lethal expertise and complete concentration. There's zero chance he's even close to seriously wounded. The burst of relief lets me draw my first full breath since leaving Basquiat, but it quickly fades. Hands on him. I need my hands on him. Because we know Xaden's absolute sexy appearance completely fries Violet's brain as soon as she sees him. She even does like the super cliche romance thing of smelling him. Once again, Yaros tries to lampshade it, but it doesn't work that way. I wrap my arms around him and shove my face into his neck, breathing in deep. He smells like mint and leather and mine. For fuck's sake, am I scenting him? Yes, you are. It's fucking ridiculous. Don't lampshade it. It's still stupid. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where we get our first sex scene. Basically, Xaden drags Violet into the public bathroom, to the showers, and they have sex there. Doesn't seem like the most ideal place. I'm also honestly not sure if these people ever had sex in a bed. Once again, Xaden is really creepy and possessive and says that he can't control his sexual urges around her. I'm not always calm or collected, and I'm never in control when it comes to you. They're like doing a sexy talk. They once again, in the foreplay to it all, they end up having again this kind of argument. You have to be honest with me. I want to have sex with you, but you have to say that you love me, but also you have to be honest with me. And I don't know, it feels very weird. And I felt a bit uncomfortable because I didn't like how Violet was essentially playing with Xaden. Like, she knew exactly how to press his buttons to get the sex from him that she wanted in that moment. She like teases him. She wants to have sex with him without like having to give in to his emotional demands that he's setting. And she just she literally undresses in front of him, and she uses like her body and her sex appeal to like play with him and get the sex from him that she wants. She like basically uses her body and the sex they could have as leverage, sort of. That's what it felt like. I'm gonna read this passage to you now, just so you get an impression. You want to fight for me? I reach up into my hair and pull the pins loose one by one, letting them fall to the stone floor. Then take a chance without knowing how I feel. You want my heart back? Risk yours first this time. If I tell you how I feel right now, you'd never trust that I'm not just desperate for your body. His brow furrows. Exactly my point. The last pin falls from my hair. Choose, Xaden. You can let me walk out that door, or you can be the one who takes what I'm willing to give this time. I shake my hair loose and run my fingers through the wet mesh to unravel the braid. Are you trying to bring me to my knees, or win the argument? His hand flexes at my hip as his heated gaze sweeps over me. Yes, I answer, reaching for the ties at the small of my back that secure my armor. I just spent 8 hours terrified of what condition I'd find you in, and I'm telling you that I don't just want you, I need you. There are your 3 words. I tug the wet string and it gives. That's all you get. Take me or leave. The fight with Imin is palpable, the tension between us sharp enough to pierce dragon scale. And for a second I think he might just be stubborn enough to walk away and keep us at this impasse. But then, thank gods, he breaks, fusing his mouth to mine. I don't know, it just felt kind of weird how Violet sort of like plays with him. And like not even in a good way, it's just like clearly in a way that she knows what to say so she can get the sex from Xaden. And yeah, so the sex commences. The sex is written in a very detailed, awful way. The sex scenes in this book, this isn't even the worst one. We'll get to worse ones. But the sex in these books is written so graphically and so detailed. It stands in complete contrast to like the YA-esque teenage drama that goes on in the rest of the novel. That's why you can tell where Yaros originally comes from, you know, the smutty romance books she usually writes. Because this is graphic as fuck, but still so weirdly written. Like, it reads like an E-rated fanfiction like you read on AO3. If you've read sexy fanfiction, you know what this sounds like. And she uses really weird phrases. Again, you have sucking tongues, I already talked about that. You have, you know, these cliche descriptions of he melting into me, our mouths melting together, you know, passion overcomes me, like waves crashing down on me, like that kind of stuff. And the worst one had to be, and this is not the only time this happens during a sex scene, the following phrase is used: withdrawing only to slam home again. She literally used the phrase slam home to describe the movements during the sex. And I burst out loud laughing when I read that for the first time, because it's so fucking ridiculous. In general, if I look at my notes, like in general, I wrote down, I just hate how sex is always described, or whenever they like make out or shag or whatever, because sex is always described as like literally the best thing in the world. Like, this is what should happen all the time. Sex is when these two feel at their best. It's like literally the one thing that's super important to them. Nothing else is as important as the sex they're having. And it's, of course, every time she has sex with Xaden, it's the most perfect, the sexiest, the hottest thing that has ever happened. And Xaden is like just a perfect, like perfect body, sexiest body. Everything he does is like just right and hot and passionate. And it's so boring. It's, I don't know, uncomfortable, really weird. And it emphasizes way too much that to these people, all a good relationship needs is apparently world mind-blowing sex, which is not how good relationships work. Like, fuck off. It just, we'll come back to that, but it basically just reads like porn, and this book's trying to pretend that it's something else, but it isn't. I'll come back to that, but this is the first sex scene, so this is why I'm sort of starting to mentioning that. In chapter 28, Xaden and Violet fly to a drop-off point to like secretly deliver some weapons to like the Griffin Riders. Here we get the first glimpse at a girl who's one of the Griffin Flyers who seems to fancy Xaden or know him, and this is Kat. Remember, Kat is the girl who Bodhi mentioned at the very beginning of the novel, and it's insinuated that she is probably Xaden's ex-girlfriend. So look forward to that drama later in the book. Chapter 29 opens with another interesting quote, because as we've heard, Violet left without being allowed to leave, and apparently that's really bad when you do that. Cadets who are found absent without leave will be subject to court-martial by their chain of command if they're not executed on sight. So once again, you get executed and killed immediately for every little thing. On the one hand, you get killed for the tiniest of things, such as just leaving without being allowed to. But on the other hand, teachers won't jump in when students start killing each other in class randomly. It makes no sense, and this military really wants their people dead. For some reason. Violet and Xaden talk for a bit more. Of course, Violet is like, this feels weird. I had sex with him. I feel weird about it, but it was also hot, so it's really that important. Nah, it shouldn't matter, not really. Xaden gives her one of these like special daggers that can kill venom that they talked about earlier. We get basically like a kind of recap of all the important story beats so far, as she like sort of tells them what's been going on at school. And I love how she's like, after that she's like, oh, finally we can trust each other with like more than just our bodies. I'm like, nothing has changed. He's still telling you exactly the same amount of things that he's told you before. You just told him about what's going on at school. Nothing special. Nothing has changed. I don't know what you're going on about. It gets mentioned Andarna is still asleep, so in case you were wanting some dragon action, forget about it. One of the main dragons is asleep. We're back at school. It's time for the Gauntlet, which was basically like a super deadly obstacle course in year 1, and Violet helps out Sloane so she doesn't die. Varish once again is there to punish Violet. We're just repeating the same plot beats over and over again in case you hadn't noticed yet. But before Varish can punish her, one of the other officers sort of jumps in and says that, nah, it's alright, that Violet left. Forget about it, it's fine, we don't have to punish her. Chapter 31, Violet finally out of nowhere for some reason decides to tell her friends everything about what happened in book 1, about the rebellion. Except that I think she doesn't, no, she does tell them about what happened at the end of book 1, but she doesn't like quite tell them yet about the rebellion. What made her change her mind, not clear whatsoever. They've barely had any meaningful conversations like her and her friends. But her friends now want to help with the research, you know, the boring library research that keeps sort of going on in the background. One of the friends, I think it's Rydog or whatever his name is, mentions that the officers, like the big military leader officers, keep journals, and the journals are secret, but that's probably where all the important details are that are being kept secret from the public. So those are the ones they need to get. Meanwhile, thrashing happens. Sloane and Eric bond with dragons. It's not important. Forget about them. No one needs them. Violet is once again attacked by assassins who are trying to get to her, probably under the orders of, you know, Dane's dad. But she's just in the nick of time saved by someone, and it's fucking Jack. Fucking Jack saved her. In chapter 31, they talk a bit about what's going on. You know, Jack talks all about second chances. Then he immediately disappears again from the novel. We won't meet him again for quite a while. Rydog comes back and tells Violet that Jazinia, so the scribe friend, has found a vault in the library. And lo and behold, in order to open this vault, they need someone from the king's bloodline so they can get to the journals. And this will be the one and the only plot point where the random secret noble guy is important. He will never be important again for anything else. He's barely in the book. And this is the one time he gets to be useful. It feels really stupid, ridiculous. He could have written this completely differently, so it didn't need to be there. But for some reason, that's how we are doing things. Chapter 32. Violet meets up with Xaden, because it's school Xaden, school Xaden, school Xaden. That's all this book is. He's a bit angry that Violet told her friends and that she wants to break into the library archives to get some information. He gives some serious and half like decent reasons or explanations about her plan and what could go wrong, and says that, yeah, now those are a couple of things you haven't told me about. You know, it's time for you to be open about your plans and tell me and let me in. And all Violet can once again think about, fuck, I just want to kiss that man. You're not going to argue or tell me there's another way? Me argue with you about books? He shakes his head, sliding his hand to my cheek. I only pick fights I can win. He lowers his mouth inch by slow inch, and stops a breath away. It's your turn to talk now. He hovers right there and waits, our mouths so close it would only take a whisper of movement to connect us. All it takes is his nearness, his touch, and my blood simmers. Anticipation flushes my skin, and he strokes his thumb along my heated cheek, but doesn't take what I so desperately want him to. My breath catches at the realization that he's given me the choice not just to kiss him, but to call our night in Samara an exception. But it wasn't. Leaning up, I brush my lips across his, then kiss him gently, as if it's the first time. This isn't heat and passion, though I know it will be in a matter of heartbeats. This is something else entirely. I just love how she's like given the opportunity to finally like talk. He says, you also need to be honest with me. I give you the opportunity before we kiss that you tell me about what's happening. Tell me your feelings. What are your plans? And she's like, nope, I just want to shag you. That's all we're doing. Excellent couples communication right there. They make out. The scene is filled with like really stupid descriptions again, like slide of his tongue against mine, intense assault on my senses, all the shit you've read somewhere else before. So everyone gathers, all the friends, all the rebel kids, they meet with Eric, with the secret prince, to break into the vault, and Jazinia, the scribe friend, helps them to get inside. In chapter 33, that's sort of the break-in, the heist. There are no doors in this vault, and the explanation for that is really stupid. It basically says there's only wards in place. So there's only like magical protection barriers, but no actual safety doors. And the explanation is, why doors if you have strong wards? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Fort Knox also doesn't have any doors because the security is so good. So why do you need doors? That doesn't make sense. They managed to break in, but the door is sort of timed. They need to get out in time. Violet and Eric need to hurry. They get the journal. They need to leg it out of there. We have a cliffhanger of the door closing, but of course, chapter 34 immediately destroys that tension. The cliffhanger is solved immediately. Everyone's fine. They made it out of there in time. And soon as Zane and Violet are alone, they are kissing and making out. Skip. They take the journal to Brennan. Remember Brennan, the brother who's also in this novel, who was dead for a long time. They take the journal to him, and he kind of works on that. Then Violet meets up with one of the menders, the healers that she knows, but he ends up, surprise, he ends up betraying her. And once again, her dragon connection is messed up, so like he poisoned her with the weird herb mixture. And of course, there's Varish coming in. Chapter 35. Violet wakes up somewhere else. She once again thinks about torture training. She says, I'm going to use every interrogation technique I've learned to my advantage. And I was like, oh boy, it would have been nice if we would have seen you learn some of those, so we have reference for what you're talking about. No, nothing like that. This is not like, you know, I'm currently rereading Harry Potter, and I don't want to like advertise this here for reasons, as you know, but since I'm rereading that at the moment, and that's also a school setting, what Harry Potter does so well is the school lessons you get in Harry Potter are usually somehow relevant at some later point in time to what's going on in the story or with the characters. So something Harry or the others will have heard about or learned in the previous lesson will somehow, most of the time, come back later. This novel is so bad at doing that. Nothing ever happens. The few lessons we do get are all pointless. They never come back. Like the stuff they learn there is never useful. But then Violet will randomly mention, oh, I'm applying those skills I learned in class. And I'm like, what skills? We've never seen you learn these. Would have been cool to have like the full arc of, you learning about them, then you applying them in real life. Never happens. Okay, so Violet is trapped there. There is a woman there sent by Varish who can essentially sense lies. So Violet uses sort of like selective truths to get out of the questioning. Varish gets violent, he starts breaking bones, and Violet is sort of basically being tortured, then she's being mended, then she's being tortured, then she's being mended, so she'll end up talking at some point. At this point in time, Violet starts hallucinating Liam. Just suddenly, for 1 or 2 chapters, there's a Liam ghost that she's hallucinating while in a torturous delirium. Or whatever. Feels super weird, out of place. This has never happened or will ever happen again to Violet. She just starts hallucinating Liam in a delirium. And he's sort of encouraging her to stay strong. Also, they weren't that close. He was in half the book. He was her bodyguard. Yeah, sure, he was nice. They were friends, but he wasn't that special. It would make more sense if, I don't know, she hallucinated Xaden. Or Mira. Or Brennan. Not Liam. I don't know. So, Violet keeps getting tortured for hours and eventually days. Somehow Violet's mum, who is in charge of everything, doesn't know this is happening, doesn't notice that a student, especially her daughter, is missing for days and being tortured by one of her commanders. She doesn't know. Varish reveals his power, his signet power, that he can see people's weaknesses. Which is the vaguest shit I've ever heard. He basically just says that Violet's weakness is the people she loves. And I'm like, oh, how creative and unique, has never been done before. And his magical power isn't irritating or vague or not explained, nothing, just doesn't make sense. It all just sounds like Yaros is coming up with it like just spontaneously as she goes along while writing the story. Eventually, Violet sort of realizes that Varish is maybe trying to set a trap for Xaden, that he like sort of keeps it there just so Xaden will come save her. And then he once again tries to use Dane. But Dane is angry. He's not having it. Then there's the order to assemble, because there has been an incident at the border. Xaden has deserted, and all the officers in command are told to assemble. And Dane, at this point, like finally does look at Violet's memories. He does see about, her like smuggling the secret weapons and all that, but he decides not to say anything. And like right as Violet thinks that Dane might betray her, Dane actually turns around and basically attacks Varish. He cuts Violet free, stabs Varish in the guts. Chapter 36. Xaden is here, because of course he is. He deserted, he's here to save Violet. Essentially, they get a bit of sweet revenge on Varish, like Xaden pins Varish to a chair and leaves him there for like Violet to finish him off. and essentially like her and Xaden stab Varish together. It's kind of very anticlimactic. And at the end, Varish was just a really sadistic twat. And that's it. That's all he was. And now he's dead. And we're like not even halfway through the book. Talk about character arc for the villain. Xaden is like really trying to like talk some sense into Violet. He's like, I'm only here to save you. You're the most important thing. And Xaden essentially says that he will throw everything, literally everything and everyone away for Violet. Then I'll have everything I need. He lowers his face, leaning in so he's all I see, all I feel. I will happily watch Aratia burn to the fucking ground again if it means you live. So essentially he's like, well, fuck the rebellion, fuck the war, fuck all the rebellion kids that I took responsibility for, fuck it all for the woman I met last year. She's important, more important than anything else, more important than a literal fucking war. And this is the point where they say, I love you to each other properly this time. And everything seems to be right and good now with them. Violet's squad is put under guard. The ghost Liam at this point has gone. But Violet's mum is here. Where has she been this whole story? She was basically not at all in the first novel. All we ever saw of her in the first novel was in the very beginning, where she tells Violet that she's going to go to school. And then we saw her at the very end of the book, where she seemed kind of angry that Violet was dating Xaden and that she was still alive. And in this book, we saw her in the very beginning and now. And now Violet's mom gives us a bit of detail regarding her motivation. She literally says, she literally says, you of all people know the lengths I'll go to in order to protect her. And I'm like, bitch, you send your daughter to the most dangerous, to the most deadly arm of your military, where like at least 60% of cadets die. That's where you send her. You sent her to the slaughterhouse, knowingly. That's what you did. You did not protect her whatsoever. You had nothing to do with her staying safe. You sent her there to die. Meanwhile, Xaden has basically revealed that the government is lying to people by dropping some wyvern corpses on the border. Wyvern are these weird flying creatures that the Venin, the blood magicians, can create. So Xaden dropped a bunch of their corpses near the border so everyone finally knows that they actually exist. And then Violet's mum is once again jumping in there, because she refuses to listen to what's going on and is trying to give Violet's reasons for, you know, what's been going on, why she's been lying to her. She says, steadily we climb, twisting along the staircase. I put you into the rider's quadrant so you would have a shot at surviving, and then I call in the favor Ryerson owed me for putting the marked ones into the quadrant. So we're going to continue this, but just as a quick commentary, she sent her daughter to save her, to keep her safe, because she was worried that, you know, Violet is so smart and intelligent, one day as a scribe she would have found out the truth about the government anyway, and someone would have killed her. And so her idea was, I'm going to send my daughter to literally the most dangerous, the most deadly arm of the military, where people can kill her very easily. She could die just going to school. She could get killed by another student who doesn't like her, or she could get randomly killed by a dragon who doesn't like the looks of her. And I'm like, yes, that seems like a very good idea. But that's not all. This is what Violet's mom ensured with Xaden, so Violet would be safe. It was a simple transaction. He wanted the marked ones, the rebels, to have a chance. I gave him the quadrant as long as he took responsibility for them, in return for a favor to be named at a later date. You were that favor. If you survived Parapet on your own, all he had to do was see that no one killed you outside of challenges or your own naivete your first year, which he did. So she essentially said to the rebel kid, you know, who's the kid of the man who killed her son, please take care of my daughter that she doesn't die in the dangerous, super deadly dragon school that I sent her to. That is so ridiculously stupid. That is no guarantee whatsoever that this will work. She doesn't know if Xaden, like, will end up killing Violet anyway. Xaden can't be everywhere. Like, make it make sense. Also, that basically completely invalidates all the things Violet did in book 1, because we now know in the background Xaden was helping her out basically the whole time, guaranteeing that she wouldn't die. Completely invalidates all of those experiences. Violet's mom knew the whole time what was going on. She knows about Xaden, the rebels, and all that. She said nothing. And her reasons for doing all this stuff doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The rebellion people come in to the school and they basically tell the students what's been going on, and some of the dragons also like slowly turn around to the whole rebellion idea and tell their riders about, you know, the venin and the wyverns and all that. And miraculously, half the student body joins the rebellion now. After we've been led to believe that, you know, that no one liked the rebels, no one liked the rebel kids. They all thought they were like dark and dangerous and not to be trusted, and now suddenly like half the student body believes them and joins the rebellion out of nowhere. And all like the rebels and the people who've joined them, they fly back to the rebel town, to Eretia, and where they meet up with Brennan. And that's the end of part 1. This is the end of part 1. After 36 chapters. Book 1 had 39 chapters. Just so you get an idea of where we are at this point. I have no idea, when I read this, I had no idea what else was going to happen. I was like, you had an entire arc. You sort of had like an kind of exciting climax right now with the whole torture thing and Violet getting saved. What else is going to happen now? The villain died. You had an exciting torture scene. The main couple finally said, I love you. People joined the rebellion. That's it. That should be the ending. What else is going to happen? I will tell you what I thought would happen, because I wrote down like a bunch of ideas. Like I wrote down 5 theories, because I was like, this book is going to be predictable as hell again. So let's see how predictable it is. And I wrote down 5 things that I thought would happen by the end of the book. And we'll see whether or not I was right. First one. Violet and Xaden will unnecessarily fight over an random X. Ondarna will do something surprisingly badass. Brennan either does something massively stupid or massively important with long-lasting consequences. Either Violet or Xaden goes bad or evil in some way, and an important secondary character will die. Those were my theories. Think about some of the things you think might happen at this point in the story as we go into chapter 37 and part 2 of Iron Flame. This is the worst chapter, because Violet and Xaden wake up next to each other, they're in the same room, they have each other now, they love each other. Violet is thirsting. they wake up and they just start shagging. No pretense, no foreplay, just we jump straight into a super duper graphic sex scene. And just like the first thing, that's like the only thing I will read from this because it makes me feel physically ill, is they wake up, Violet starts like canoodling up to him and says, "The feel of him beneath me, hard and ready." Makes me sick. I'm just gagging. And she just gives him a hand job and turns into a full-out blowjob session. I'm physically cringing into my chair right now, just reliving having to read that. Because it just is full-on graphic sex. We have, once again, the phrase, slamming home again, which is still the most ridiculous phrase you could use for sex. We have deep rhythm, which irritated me because I was like, how can a rhythm be deep? A rhythm is not a melody. A rhythm can be slow or fast. It can't be deep. He's very possessive. He says, like, "You're mine, you belong to me." Then, and the classic, "I want them to hear." Just like cringe, so cringe. And I can tell you the sex scene was so mind-numbingly ridiculous and stupid. I like read this scene out loud to my girlfriend just to like, because I needed someone to suffer with me. And she laughed out loud multiple times, also at the phrase slamming home, because why the hell would you write that? And my girlfriend, even they said, because I was like, maybe I'm not getting it, because, you know, I'm not super duper comfortable with sex in books. I'm not the biggest sex and romance fan. And then my girlfriend, they said, no, this is stupid. This is stupid and boring, because everything is just perfect and hot and sexy. And that's all there is. And it's the same shit over and over again. So this opinion is #girlfriend approved, that this is indeed boring to anyone who reads it. And I just couldn't get over the fact how graphic these sex scenes are, because it's like such a stark contrast to the rest of the book, which is just like YA-esque teenage drama at school. But then you get like these super duper graphic descriptions of sexual acts and the body parts and everything. You know exactly where everything is going and what's touching what and where and how and when, and what people are thinking and what's going on. And it goes on for way too long, because the longest chapters in these books are the sex chapters. And you know what? It just feels tiring, and it doesn't feel like it fits in here. Like, this book pretends like it's a super intriguing, fantastic, like fantasy epos with political intrigue. It's not. It's smutty fantasy. And you know what? Good. Write smutty fantasy. Just go write an honest to God, filthy, smutty fantasy book, but at least be honest about it. Be honest about it that it's smutty fantasy. Don't go around like pretending, ooh, I'm writing some interesting dragon fantasy with like political intrigue and commentary on war, but then I throw in these really thirsty thoughts at all time that makes everyone's brain go completely haywire as soon as they see naked flesh, and then we get the most porn-esque sex scenes as soon as these two touch each other. Stop doing that. Seriously, when did this become essential to fantasy or even romantasy? I don't care. When did this become a staple for popular fantasy? And we have really shitty couples who don't have romantic chemistry. They just thirst after one another. The only thing they share is sexual attraction. They have nothing in common personality-wise. They don't have any romantic chemistry. They just want to fuck the whole time. They just want to make out. Everything is always like super fucking hot and sexy. And then we get these super graphic sex scenes that everyone's like, oh, the spice is so good. And I'm like, no one cares. It's okay if you enjoy this, but then please don't pretend like you're reading super interesting fantasy that's well written. You're reading a smutty novel. That's what this is. And the thing is, it's not even that, because there's only like 3 or 4 sex scenes in this entire book. So even if you're here for like the sex scenes, you get the first sex scene at chapter 27. So it's not even that. It's just like somewhere in between, but because it tries to pretend to be a serious fantasy, which it very clearly isn't, because you can tell that Yaros did not put any effort into this. The only thing she puts a modicum amount of effort into are the sex scenes, which is why they are so long. That's what she knows from her contemporary romance background. That's what she writes. And I'm talking myself into a frenzy here, so I need to stop. But I think you can tell what my problem is here. So after that ridiculous long sex scene is over, they have a meeting with the Rebellion Council. Zayden once again takes responsibility for Violet. She's not cool with that. And we end the chapter with Andarna. We're hearing her voice. So in chapter 38, we kind of meet Andarna again, but not really, because it's said that she isn't quite there yet physically. She still needs to sleep. It says that she's able to fly, but she will never be able to carry a rider, because she still kind of has problems with her wings and isn't as strong, and it's all kind of weird and complicated, but also not really, because it's not important. So Violet learns a bit about venom and barriers and how the wards were made. She learns that the initial barriers were made like with the help of blood magic. And she's still trying to find out how to like raise the wards and what they can do about that in order to keep the rebellion town safe. Taryn cuts in and says that someone or like group of people is approaching, and it's made clear that it's probably Mira, so Violet's sister, arriving with a bunch of other dragons. Apparently someone told Navarre about the rebellion's location, so for a short amount of time there's like panic. Oh no, did they find us? Are they gonna kill us with dragons? And then the tension is immediately dropped because no, Zayden told them. Mama Soaring Gale essentially like told all of the riders the truth, and some of them now came to join the rebels, which means Mira is now here. Which means that we start chapter 39 with a sibling reunion. So Mira, Violet, and Brennan are all back together. Obviously, Mira did not know that Brennan's alive, so she's very upset about that. They fight for a while. Zayden comes back from fighting the war. He and Violet have a makeout session. The usual. Suddenly Violet, I'm not quite sure how, maybe because of the cool library work she's been doing in the background, Violet thinks that she knows how to raise the wards, that they will need the blood of the 6 most powerful riders. It's like a translation of a text she's been making. And they need the luminary, remember I talked about that, to build up the extension of the ward. I have no idea. The world building explanations in this make no sense. So they need the 6 most powerful riders. Coincidentally, the 6 strongest riders are at the rebellion town right now. They're Zayden, Violet, Brennan, Bodhi, and 2 randos we've never heard about. And I was like, but how? who decided that these are the strongest riders, or the most powerful ones? What about literally, I don't know, Violet's mum? What about Dane's dad? What about Dane? Why aren't they the most powerful dragon riders? Why is it these 6? Like, how is that decided? Who decided that? Does it mean like only the 6 most powerful ones in this one location right now? Does it mean the 6 most powerful riders in general? Because then, wow, what a fucking coincidence that the 6 most powerful riders all happen to be at this one place right now. It means nothing. And in the end, it doesn't even seem to work. So forget about it. So they decide to get the luminary. In order to get the luminary, they need to go visit a rich dude, some kind of viscount who has the luminary, and he will only give them the luminary if he sees Violet perform her cool lightning powers, pew pew. And that's what we're doing in chapter 40. Chapter 40 begins with Violet training her lightning powers. Turns out she's not very good at it. She's been giving what's called a conduit to sort of like channel her power better. I didn't quite understand how it works. It's also not really that important, but it's just sort of an item she has now for the rest of the book. The 3 Soaringale siblings eventually kind of basically just decide to leave without Xaden to go get the luminary, and they are joined by like some of the griffin flyers, and we learn a bit about the griffin flyers and how they work, because they work kind of similarly to dragon riders. Flyers might not wield signets, but most of their lesser magic gifts involve mind work, and it's the one area where they have the upper hand on us. So essentially, griffin flyers kind of work like dragon riders. They bond with a creature, they get magic powers, and have a creature they're bonded with for life, and who helps them. And it's way too similar. It's basically just discount dragons, and I've no idea what's so cool about them or special about them. It just feels the same. They end up at the place where the Viscount lives. Turns out Xaden is already there, because of course he is. So in chapter 41, it becomes clear that Xaden has been to this place before, like where the Viscount lives. They attend like a meeting with him. That's where we are reunited with a lady we've met before, Kat. Kat is, I think, the niece of the Viscount. And here begins the woman versus woman drama, because we really needed, out of nowhere, this random ex as a cliche so we can have 2 women fighting over Xaden. That's where this beef begins, and it's as annoying and awful and cliched as it sounds. So they end up having dinner together, like all of them at the Viscount's place. Kat is being like very annoying and mean to Violet, of course, being like, oh, Xaden doesn't love you, you don't know what he needs, I know what he needed, we were good together, but you two, you will never make him happy, that kind of stuff. It's just really, really annoying. In order to like sort of make a point, Xaden like hardcore snogs Violet in front of everyone, and explains to Violet that Kat's, because Kat is a griffin flyer, has the power to like amplify someone's emotions, which is why Violet's been feeling so angry and jealous around her, like more so than usual. So it's time for the demonstration. Violet is supposed to like hit a chest with her lightning. As she's about to do it, the chest bursts open and there's a venin. Chapter 47 is them fighting the venin. Everyone, like, fighting ensues. It's over quite quickly, written quite confusingly. You never really know who's where and who's even in the scene when you read action-filled sequences in this book. Eventually, Violet and Taryn defeat the venin. Together, Xaden, meanwhile, thought it was a good idea to start strangling the Viscount with his shadow powers. And I was like, who is having trouble with negotiations again? Violet? No, I don't think so. The Viscount agrees to giving them the Luminary, but only if they will take on some Griffin riders at their rebel, essentially their new rebel school, and they will train them together alongside the Dragon Riders, which essentially means that Cat will come join them, and Brennan agrees to this. Chapter 43, we jump immediately to a couple of days later, and we get no detail on how the exchange with the Luminary happened. We just jump to a couple of days later, because remember from the first book, this author doesn't like writing anything interesting that will actually further the plot or character development. It's described, the Luminary is described as a ring nearly as tall as scale. So it's a ring made out of what? No idea. That's as big as a dragon? I don't know. Not important, I guess. They train, they come up with a couple of like new obstacle courses and training sessions for their new like rebel school, essentially. They train the riders alongside the flyers, sort of teaching them how to work together. Sloane, who's still not really doing anything now, randomly mentions out of nowhere that she likes Violet. Elise, is not just me you hate. I bite back a smile at Sloane. I don't hate you, Sloane says so quietly I almost question hearing it. It's hard to hate you when Liam didn't. My confused look must be enough for her to continue. I'm in the October letters now. So, yeah. No character development, no deeper exploration of this relationship. Sloane just suddenly decided she likes Violet now. Because it's not like this would have been an interesting friendship or relationship to explore. So we learn a bit about the Griffin Flyers and their education. They basically have the exact kind of school system that I've wanted the whole time from the Dragon Rider school, because, you know, they do still have like these dangerous tasks to train their soldiers, but, you know, they don't kill off their soldiers. No, you just have to cross it, which is harder than it sounds. What do you go through to be chosen? We walk to the edge of Cliffsbane, look out over the river, it's about 30 feet deep at that point, and wait for the drifts to fly by. Her tone lightens when I glance back, she's smiling. When they approach, we jump. You jump? Sloane whips her head back, her eyes wide. Marin nods and a dimple forms in her cheek. We jump, and if we can land on a griffin, climb into position, hold on, they bond us. She reaches up and scratches under Deschalaire's chin, where a beak turns feather. It's pretty badass, Sloane admits begrudgingly. What happens if you miss? Do the bodies wash up on the shore? We both pause, turning fully to watch Marin respond. Have to admit, I'm curious too. Marin blinks. Bodies? No one dies. It's just like cliff jumping. If you miss, we swim to shore, dry, and shake off the embarrassment, and pick another branch for service. Infantry and artillery are popular. This is exactly the kind of school I was talking about this whole time. They have tasks to see who would actually be good to be a flyer, and if you don't succeed, you just join a different arm of the military. It's as easy as that, and I love how all of the Dragon Riders are like baffled and shocked by this, and are like, huh, that doesn't sound as badass as our school, kind of lame. And I'm like, what's fucking wrong with you? They keep training together, the Flyers and the Dragon Riders, but something goes wrong. They eventually trigger like a trap on their obstacle course. Rydok, so like one of the friends, is hit by arrows. How that exactly happens within the scene isn't made quite clear. Don't worry, he's fine. In chapter 44, this continues. A girl we basically just met one chapter ago. She plummets down to her death. Cat is of course angry about that and blames Violet. But everyone, of course, immediately jumps in to protect Violet. They're like, no, it's not her fault, and Violet is amazing, and she's cool, and your flyers are stupid. So, don't worry about it. Suddenly, there's wyverns out of nowhere. Brennan, in the meantime, somehow got here too. Sometimes it's really not clear what's happening and where people are suddenly coming from. People will just suddenly pop up in a scene and it feels like you just pop them in there and you're like, where the fuck did they come from? You get, they're like fighting together. You get, Dane is there too. They fight. Eventually Dane and Violet end up talking and they have a moment between each other where they talk about Xaden. Would rise and let you rush off into a battle against gods, know how many wyvern, or worse, the venom who created them, when you're wounded? His eyebrows rise. Yes, I step out onto the midpoint of Terran's tail, my stomach settling at the familiar territory beneath my boots as I look back over my shoulder at Dane. That's why I love him. Remember, kids, that's why you love your boyfriend, because he lets you do things that could very likely kill you. So Violet flies off with Terran. We get a bit more info again, or reminder of what wyvern or wyvern, I never know how to pronounce it, actually are, that they are created by dark magic via the venom, and their energy fields could basically maybe draw the magic lightning Violet has, and that's how she's able to destroy them, because they are made by magic, so maybe they draw her magic, and that's how she zaps them. Brandon reveals that the venom know that this attack just happened, and that nearby there are dragon babies hatching, and that's now an information that's been revealed to like basically the entire venom collective, and that's why they're attacking, and now all the baby dragons are in danger. Chapter 45 is mostly filled with endless conversations about absolutely fucking nothing. We get a class on what runes are. Runes are, if I understood this correctly, strands of magic which are woven into patterns for specific users and then are placed into an object. That's sort of what I gathered. There was a really long-winded, overcomplicated explanation that made it really hard to understand what runes actually are, but that's sort of what I got from it. Chapter 46 starts with Violet and Xaden being in the private bathing chamber. I was very worried about sex at that point. Luckily it doesn't happen. But Xaden certainly tries to get it on with her. But luckily, nothing. Classes commence. The riders and the flyers are still sort of talking about the differences in their education, and I just love how the flyers are being belittled for not dying during their education. Violet is like basically like they're like weaklings basically, because you know they don't kill, they don't die at their school, so what the hell. But we acknowledge that we cannot move forward without addressing the hostility among you, Amaterio says, his gaze shifting between the groups. At Baskerville, we had a method for addressing grievances between cadets. You may ask for a challenge, a sparring match that ends when one of you is unconscious or taps out. Or dies, Eric adds. The flyers collectively gasp, and the majority of us roll our eyes. They wouldn't last a day at Baskerville. I absolutely love how once again Violet's completely blind to like the problematic system that she's grown up in and that she's attended throughout the last year. There's no reflection on this whatsoever. But of course now we've heard that you can take out your grievances in a sparring session, and of course Cat challenges Violet, and it's hand-to-hand combat. Violet unsheaths 13 weapons. I'm like, where the fuck are you keeping all of these? And I was weirdly reminded of that scene in the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie where Elizabeth pulls out all of these guns from really weird places. That's sort of what this felt like. And then the sparring match continues, or begins, and as it goes on, Violet is surprised by Cat's fighting style and realizes that she fights exactly like Xaden. So chapter 47 continues with them fighting. Cat like teases her with like really awful sex talk and sex details about Xaden to like really rile her up. It feels really uncomfortable. Once again, my notebook just wants to escape this horrible writing. And Kat is essentially just like manipulating, maximizing those feelings that Violet has about, you know, all the anger and jealousy that she's feeling, and Kat's power is amplifying like those feelings, making Violet really, really angry. Yeah, Violet's really angry, and she gets so angry into the sparring session that she's literally about to kill Kat. She could kill her. It's like, I've never felt so angry in my entire life. I've never felt like I wanted to kill so much. I'm like, you've killed people before. Fuck off. Xaden, by the way, does not care if his ex-girlfriend dies. He's like, I don't care about her. I care about you. What do I care if you kill my ex-girlfriend? I'm like, he's such a good boyfriend. But eventually, Violet doesn't kill Kat, wins the sparring match, goes to see Xaden, and Xaden essentially just like grabs her when he hears what's happened and how she feels jealous about what's been going on. And Xaden like literally swings Violet over his shoulder, leaves the super important rebellion assembly meeting that he's been attending, like takes her to the room, sends the entire assembly out of the room, is like, fuck off, we need the room, and everyone who's been having like these really important politics conversations just needs to leave. And it's and my thought was, forget about politics, Xaden needs to fuck. And that's exactly what happens. Chapter 48 is another sex chapter. Xaden sits Violet down on a throne, and we have super possessive, super graphic, detailed chair sex, essentially. It's uncomfortable. Once again, he says really cringy things. My house, my chair, my woman. Possessive as hell. They're slamming home again, because that phrase will never be able to leave my head. We get Xaden saying that every time from now on he will sit with the assembly in this room, he will only think about this. I'm like, how nice that when Xaden has important politics discussions with his fellow rebels, all he can think about is having major graphic sex with his girlfriend. It's not at all concerning. At one point, sort of the mental barriers break between them, and I'm not going to read this to you because it's awful, but I'm blending it in here. We witness whatever Xaden is thinking while they're having sex, and it's so the most graphic, filthy, dirty language and descriptions we've read up until this point. It's, once again, basically porn. There is no excuse for this. That's all this is. Super smutty porn. So, they finally get it done with. He stops, and then, like, she got off, but he didn't, and she wants to, like, finish him. And he's like, no, you can't, because he wants to make a point, because he's trying to be like, no, I want you to know that this was all for you, that, so you don't think that I'm just having sex with you for the sake of sex, so that's why you don't have to satisfy me, I'm just gonna satisfy you. And I'm like, oh, this is so fucking stupid. And he utters some very concerning, I think, relationship priorities that he has in regards to her. He says, I don't like you thinking you're not the center of my fucking world. Then he says, nothing you could ever do would be unforgivable to me. And then my favorite sentence that's said in this entire book, You and I are endgame. 2013 fanfiction phrasing aside, I just hate how Xaden is completely, utterly obsessed with Violet in this book, to the degree where I already mentioned nothing is as important as her. There's a war going on, there's people dying, politicians are lying to the people. None of that matters. They could lose everything, everyone could die as long as Violet is okay. And I don't like this idea of, I don't want you to think that you're never ever not this, like that you're never not the center of my world. And I'm like, God forbid that you have a priority in your life that's not your romantic partner. That is so not healthy. And I just hate how possessive he is and obsessed. Like, this is how you have to be. You have to think about your partner the whole time, how sexy they are, that you have to have sex with them all the time. It always has to be perfect. Everything has to always be hot and passionate. And you're not allowed to prioritize anything else above your romantic partner. I hate that kind of thinking. It's not healthy at all. Violet is still kind of insecure about the whole thing with Kat, but Xaden gives her like a stern talking to that she shouldn't think like that. And then she asks about the chair they just shagged in, and it's revealed that Xaden is not only sort of like well, of royal blood, he's basically kind of essentially a king. She pointed out that you're Ryerson. You've known that since Parapet. He taps the rebellion relic along his neck. That's not what I mean. You just called this chair a throne, because it is, or it was before the unification. Another infuriating casual shrug. I blink as realization smacks me straight in the face. Wait, are you the king of Tyrrendor? Fuck no. He shakes his head, then pauses. I mean, yes, technically, I'm the Duke of Arachia by birth, but Llewellyn's on our side and doing just fine governing the province. Even if Tyrrendor became independent, I'm more useful on the battlefield than on a throne. You just wait for the inevitable scene in one of the future sequels where Xaden will have to become king and Violet becomes his stupid queen. You just wait for that to happen. Chapter 49 starts with Violet and her friends seriously talking about maybe killing Kat. Just because she's a bitch, I guess. Violet finally asks Dane for some help, because Dane has been here the entire time, and now he suddenly becomes a little bit important. And suddenly also everything between Dane and Violet is good. He just helped save her life, and now everything is fine. The whole betrayal thing, forgotten. They're good. Dane asks if Violet is in love with Xaden. She very clearly says yes, and that it's basically Dane finally backing off and being like, okay, if you trust him, I trust him. Let's do some library research together. Chapter 50. It's a week later. Violet's having a good time with Dane, doing some library research. Do we see any of that? No. Why should it be important? Violet's doing some lightning training. We get told that some of that there are attacks happening around the place where they live, that sort of the attacks are drawing closer. Again, we get a bunch of place names that we have no context for. We have no context for who died, where, when, no context. We know nothing. Chapter 51 has Violet and Xaden talking about the attack that has happened at the end of the last chapter. Nothing really comes of that. We just immediately jump to another week later. Again, there's nothing more exciting than library research in a novel. Why should we talk about dragons? Why should we have cool dragon lore? Why should we do anything interesting with magic? No, library research. That's what we're here for. Violet eventually realizes that the 6 strongest riders thing wasn't about the riders, but refers to the dragons. And that they need the 6 like super specific dragons that are the most powerful ones. I'm like, surely the best riders also have the best dragons, so wouldn't you just need the dragons from the best riders? So essentially she thinks now how she knows how to raise the wards, but she isn't entirely sure if they should do it, because chapter 52, next day or a couple of days later, it's been revealed that if they do raise the wards, all the Griffin riders would lose their ability to wield their lesser magic. And she tells that to the Flyers, who are, of course, not very excited about this. Violet has another dream where a voice, which I think is the voice of like the leader of the Venin, I'm not quite sure. Violet has a dream about a voice that tells her that she will one day tear down the wards for love. So, what do we think will probably inevitably happen at some point in this series, because this author doesn't know how to foreshadow subtly in any way. We move into winter, into December. We learn that apparently dragons are bothered by snowflakes. 6 days later, there are 6 new names on the death roll. The December snow makes flying absolutely miserable outside the valley, and a Basquiat the dragons would simply refuse to try and due to discomfort. I'm like, they're the most powerful, most badass, flame-based creatures on the planet, and the dragons feel a bit uncomfortable by some snow. Fucking weaklings, what the hell? That is such a random little thing, and yet it bothers me so much, because why would they be bothered by snow? Well, meanwhile, it shortly gets mentioned Andarna is awake somewhere off screen learning things. We don't see any of that, because why should we see any of the dragons in this dragon fantasy novel? And then Violet and her friends and students are off on a mission for school, which we read about in chapter 53, where they're supposed to like find some runes. Cat and Violet are being very Pazag with one another, because of course they are. And they sense another dragon nearby, which is Solus, you know, the big mean dragon that belonged to Varish. Forget about it, it doesn't really mean anything, because in chapter 54 we immediately deal with this dragon. Cat and Violet sort of now help one another, they save one another. Andarna also swoops in but is injured as they fight the big orange dragon, and Sloane finally becomes relevant again as her signet power, so her magic power manifests, and she's what's called a siphon, which I think, because again, the world building in this makes nothing relevant, so I don't keep anything in my brain. Which I think means that Sloane can like drain others' energy or power and use them herself. They end up killing the dragon using fire. The way in which the action is described here is very chaotic. It's not really clear. It wasn't clear to me if like Sloane or Andarna killed the dragon. I don't know. Xaden finally reunites with everyone else. He's angry because Violet saved Cat, because once again Xaden doesn't care if his ex-girlfriend dies. And Xaden is just like, I want to protect you, Violet. I don't care about anything else. All I want is like you to be safe. Nothing. Literally, we could lose this entire war as long as you're okay. All I want is you. He flicks his hands and shadows shut the door a little harder than necessary, sealing us in behind the sound shield. If she dies, then I'll take the consequences. If they can't channel, I'll take those consequences too. But not you. Never you. Gods, Violet. I'm doing everything in my power to both respect your freedom and keep you safe. And he shakes his head, I don't even know what you're doing. Once again, fuck the war and, you know, people's safety and freedom. Violet is the most precious thing in existence. In chapter 55, they talk about the deal Xaden had made with Violet's mum about, you know, keeping Violet safe. And once again, Violet is shocked. Violet is shocked that he didn't tell her about this. And he is shocked that she even knew and didn't tell him that she knew. And again, we have the whole, you didn't ask me, so I didn't tell you debate. And she's like, why didn't you tell me anything? I need you to be honest at all times about every single thing in your life. And he's like, well, you never ask me questions. And Violet's like, well, that's not fair. And just, here's what this discussion sounds like that they've been having for like the entire book. You didn't ask me. He pushes off the wall but stops himself from taking more than a step. I've been begging you for months to ask me what you want to know, to break down that last insurmountable wall you're keeping between us. But you didn't. Why? He has the nerve to put this on me. You're the one who said you'd never be entirely truthful with me. How am I supposed to know what you will and will not answer? How am I supposed to know what there is to ask? The second you have a question, you ask it. Seems pretty simple. Simple? Brandon is alive. You made a deal with my mother for my life. She put those scars on your back. Tell me, Xaden, is it only the secrets about my family you want me to dig out of you? You're holding anything out about Mira? Shit. He shoves a hand through his hair. I didn't want you to know about the scars, that's true, but I would have told you if you'd asked. I asked last year, I challenged, walking towards the window to look out over the rebuilt city, my anger heating my blood, but not my skin yet, thank the gods. So yeah, we just keep repeating the same conversation again and again and again about either the same detail or the like a slightly new thing that got revealed along the way. And Xaden basically in this fight they're having flat out explains what their communication problem is, and Violet just immediately dismisses it. How are we still having the same fight 5 months later? I shake my head. He can tell me or he can choose not to, but I'm done having to guess which questions to ask. Because it wasn't just me who shattered your trust last year. Because you were too pissed about my refusal to answer the superficial questions about the revolution to ask the real ones about us. Because you didn't have a chance to find your feet before you were tortured. Because I came for you, told you that I love you, and you decided you could admit to loving me, even be with me, but we skipped over the step where you admit to fully trusting me. Take your pick. It's like we're still on that parapet last year, but I'm not the one worried you'll find something unlikable if you dig a little deeper. You are. That's bullshit. I shake my head. I just love how Violet insists on them communicating in a better, more healthy way, but immediately dismisses it once Xaden opens up about what he thinks their relationship problems are. And stupid. Absolutely stupid. Instead, this conversation moves on to something else. Namely, it's revealed to us in this book that you can have a second signet, a second magical ability, namely if the dragon who you bond with has previously bonded with another family member. Something like that. So she asks about him if he has a second signet. We don't really get a clear answer on that yet. But you can be so darn sure that at some point in this series, Violet is definitely gonna have a second signet. That's so gonna happen. And it's gonna be another overpowered, ridiculously unique power that no one else has ever seen before. Before we can get an answer, warning, a horde of wyverns are attacking, so we can't talk about this important thing right now because we need cheap cliffhangers. Chapter 56, they gather the dragons to raise the wards. We get a bit of info on how the signets and the magic ability work, which confused me again to no end because this completely threw everything I thought previously out the window. Signets have to do with who we are at our core and what we need, I think out loud. If he won't tell me, then I'll figure it out my damn self. You are a master of secrets, hence the shadows. I gesture at the ones curled around his feet. You are deadly with every weapon you pick, but that's not a signet. My brow furrows. I'm so confused again, because now Violet is telling us that signets have to do with personality, who you are at your core and what you need. So I thought it was dragon dependent. I thought it was dependent on what dragon you bond with or what kind of dragon you bond with, what color they are. But now you're telling me it's also personality dependent? Like how? How do the magic abilities work, Yaros? Please tell me, make it clear. Oh my god. So, Violet tries to figure out what the hell Xaden's second signet is. And it is revealed to us that he is one of the illegal mind readers. Because somehow, out of all the other people, he was able to keep it in, to hide it when it was revealed to him. How he was not found out, no idea. He's just really good at hiding that shit compared to everyone else. And he sort of has like this ability to like read minds, but more in the sense of like that he senses and reads intentions. He has like an idea of like the pre-thoughts, so to speak. And what this does is gives us another reason for Violet and Xaden to have trust issues, and Violet to start this whole fight all over again, because yes, she loves him, but she also feels very insecure because now she doesn't know, has he been reading my mind the whole time? What is he not telling me? Is he just looking into my mind and doesn't tell me? And we just keep repeating the same fight over and over and over again. We get to the big fight. All the wyverns are now attacking. We get the sage, which is like the leader of the venom. He was also in book 1. He is there. And basically all hell is breaking loose. The assembly is back in the castle. They're assembling there. They decide to, if once the attack truly hits, because they're not like at the castle yet, they're like on the outskirts of the country, basically attacking there. And the assembly decides they have to meet with Navarre, with the military. So like essentially like Violet's mom, that from the military school. They have to meet up with them. And now that the wards are raised, they still need their help, but it kind of becomes clear that they didn't raise the wards correctly. So the whole 6 dragons thing didn't work out well, because for some reason the flyers still have their magic powers, so something must be wrong with the wards. Okay, so chapter 57. Violet, Xaden, and Mira decide to be in charge of the fighting, of the military. They go meet with Navarre's leaders, which basically comes down to Violet's mom, then Malgrin, who's like a rando military leader we've heard like 1 or 2 things about, and a bunch of other people. They meet up at the school. There was something really random happening in that scene. There's like a character called Ulysses, and he has like beef with Malgrin, and I had no idea what that was about. No idea who Ulysses was, no idea who this character was, what this beef was about. And the book acted like I should know, and I was like, I have no idea who these people are and what their problem is. So, they are there. Brennan also joins them, surprises his mum, because mum, of course, didn't know that Brennan was alive. They say, we need to fight together. But at first they're like, no, we're not doing that. But Mum, Sora, and Gale realizes that their wards aren't okay, that they need to fix them, and she gives them her journal with like some of the secret military intel, and they need to find out like what's wrong with the wards, what's going on. Chapter 58 is for some reason a week later. I was like, shouldn't we like fix the wards right away? Why do we skip to 1 week later? I thought like an attack is coming, we need to like secure the wards, but apparently 1 week later. They repeat the same fight almost again, is what I thought at first, because they start talking, they train, it's kind of cute. He sweeps her feet out from under her, which happens a lot to her. And then Violet repeats again that she wants full disclosure from Xaden. And he like reveals a little bit about him. He says that his mom left him when he was 10, never saw her again. I bet that mom is gonna come back at some point later in this series. Later, Violet realizes that the attack is not actually descending up on the rebel town, but that the attack will actually occur probably at Basgiath War College, near the Vale, near where the dragon babies hatch. So, in chapter 59, Violet, Xaden, Mira, and co, they all leave. No first years. First years are not allowed, so no Sloane, no Eric. They're all not there. They're not even important. Who cares? So, they ride out to Basgiath. It takes them 18 hours to fly there, and from what it sounds like, they don't take a break. First off, don't you need to pee? And second of all, dragons can fly for 18 hours without a break? Hard to believe, but okay. They arrive there, and they arrive at school and try to tell Mum, Sor, and Gale what's been going on, that an attack is going to hit them, that the Venom are coming, and the Wyverns and all that. And Mum, Sor, and Gale's like, nah, our wards are fine, we're protected, it's all good, look, I'm going to show you. And it's like, the gods are dead, because of course they are. And there's like a massive dragon near the wardstone. And guess whose dragon? It is. Suddenly, out of nowhere. Jack! Jack is back! And surprise! Jack is still evil! So Jack basically turned Venom. And he destroys not only the wardstone, but only his own dragon, which I didn't quite get what the reason was for that. So he just like surprisingly out of nowhere turns evil again. He like drains Dane's power and says that he like smuggled in weapons for the bad people. It doesn't make any sense. There was no need to bring this character back. It's super stupid. He has no reason to be here. He had like 3 scenes in the entire book only for them to be like, oh, he's come back and he's nice now. Surprise, he's still evil. And no one was surprised by that. And now like fighting is breaking out. We're in chapter 60. I love how suddenly they're all concerned that people are dying for real. It's like work together, rely on each other, complement each other's sickness, just like it's the squad battle. Except it's a real battle, Rhiannon says under her breath, where real cadets will really die. I'm like, real cadets already did die for real. During your stupid, deadly education at your fucking deadly school of death. So don't come at me with that they now die for real. They've already died for real. So, Mommy, Sor, and Gale is like, we're fucked, essentially. But we're still fighting. So they all team up, they're fighting. Violet says that they should protect the wardstone at Basgiath. The mum is like, no, that's a stupid idea. We need to do something else. Xaden and Violet take some time for themselves to get dressed for proper war. I swear to God, as they get ready to like dress up in their armor, they were getting handsy. There is a war starting outside and they get handsy. And they literally talk about that they should have a quickie. And that it is about to happen, but luckily someone knocks at the door. And I was like, oh, thank fucking God. Because these people have no priorities whatsoever. Just fuck. No one cares what's going on. There's a literal war going on outside. People die, but we could have sex real quick. What does it matter? Okay, chapter 61, you get like blah blah, pre-battle talking. It's not really important. We don't really understand or care about anything of that. You need to engage with the Wyvern. They do it. They fly in. Mummy, Sor, and Gale is doing like storms. Violet uses her lightning. Mira is shielding. Xaden has shadows. All that nonsense. It's really boring. It's like, fly here, fly there, use lightning, repeat. That's the entire thing. Then we get a really boring, weak cliffhanger with Rhiannon suddenly jumping on not Zayden's, Violet's dragon. Then chapter 62 is immediately continued with, oh, it's fine, Rhiannon is not falling off, she's just doing something really cool and badass. Then suddenly out of nowhere turn, so the dragon very casually mentions that, oh, hey, by the way, Brennan has managed to repair the ward stone at I'm not even quite sure at Basket or at the Rebel Town, but yeah, the ward stone that was broken before, it's suddenly repaired out of nowhere. Brennan literally did it off screen, and you're like, that was kind of important. Shouldn't we have been witness to that? Shouldn't we have maybe been there for that? It was kind of really important. That's literally kind of what most of the book was about, you know, repairing the ward stone, raising the wards, but it happens off screen. Cool. Yeah, nice. Thank you. One of the friends gets injured. They need help. The bad guys are coming in. They're like about to kill Violet, but actually one of them says they should not kill her because she needs to be delivered to him. So Violet needs to be kept alive. Chapter 63, Andarna, of course, is coming in for the save. She breathes fire, hides in the shadows. And it's revealed at this point that Andarna is essentially like not just a tiny cutesy baby dragon, which hasn't been seen in a while. She's a super duper, even more special dragon. She's a new kind of dragon, a 7th kind of species, like breed of dragon that's never been seen before. Like, super duper special. No one saw it coming. Literally no one even knew about it. So now that they have a new dragon breed, Violet realizes that they didn't need 6 dragons to like fire up the wards properly. They needed 7. So now, of course, we have Andarna to do it. So they go and race to raise the wards. For some reason, it shortly gets mentioned that Eric and Sloane are there, even though the first years weren't supposed to engage in combat. I don't know. But Violet and Andarna fire up the wards. But something goes not wrong, but it like drains Violet's energy because she has to like channel her energy into the thing, and it's draining her. She's close to dying. But then Mommy Sorengale says, you leave, I'll do it, you save everyone, and I'm gonna sacrifice myself. And Mama Sorengale sacrifices her life to fire up the wards. And that's where she dies. This kind of important character, who you know is responsible for sending Violet to the deadly school of deadly dragon death, which she apparently did to protect her. This, you know, important parental figure who Violet has had all but 3 conversations with in 1,000 pages of story. She now sacrifices herself, and we're supposed to feel really, really upset about it and have an emotional reaction to it. And I'm sitting there like, because guess what? We've not had any connection to this character whatsoever because we don't know her. You have spent no time developing her character or her relationship with Violet or any of her other children. You had over 1,000 pages of story, and you gave this character like 3 conversation scenes with Violet, none of which were really that deep or that important, except the one where she revealed why she sent her to the school, which was a ridiculous reason to begin with. And now we're supposed to feel upset that she dies. It's such a cheap attempt at, you know, doing it like at your heartstrings to get an emotional reaction out of the reader. It doesn't work whatsoever. I saw this coming a mile away, that like some kind of secondary character would have to die anyway. And now we kill off the one character who I thought it would have been really interesting to explore, because, you know, she was the one who sent Violet to the school and they had a complicated relationship, but nope, that's gone. Forget about that. We're not doing anything like that. This character is dead now. All potential character development does not exist anymore. Chapter 65. The wards are raised, the wyvern are dying. For now, it seems like they have won this battle. Violet meets up with Xaden, and Xaden seems different, and Violet's like, oh, we're fine, there's nothing else to worry about, and Xaden's like, there's something you should be scared of. Me. And it's revealed that suddenly, in the final turn, Xaden turned venom. Chapter 66, the final chapter, which, just as last time, is told from Xaden's point of view. It's announced to us like a fanfiction POV change, if you take a look here. We get a short glimpse at what happened to Xaden during the final battle. It's Xaden who was fighting the Sage, so the venom leader kind of guy. And the Sage essentially just, like, baits him with Violet. He says, oh, you need to save Violet. All the things you can do to keep her safe is if you, like, if you turn into venom, if you, like, give in to this power, that's the only way you can save her. Xaden wakes up, it was a dream, that's what he remembered happening. And Xaden wakes up, it's the middle of the night. He leaves Violet in their bedroom. He goes out, he thinks about if there's a cure to turn back into normal. He says, oh, there's probably only one guy who I could talk to who could know about turning venom and maybe turning back. And he goes and talks to fucking Jack Barlow. And this is how the novel ends. Okay, let's get this over with. The final bit of this video. Conclusion, analysis, what's going on. So, in general, as you could probably tell, Yaros' writing is an absolute mess. Her voice, as I've mentioned, doesn't fit the genre at all. It's juvenile as hell. It's very clearly based on the contemporary romance she has written before. It is in no way changed to, like, fit the new genre she's writing for. She just thinks that she's basically doing the exact same thing, which that's not how genres work. You can't just write a fluffy romantasy story the same way you want to write like a high fantasy adventure. That you just can't use the same narrative voice. It doesn't work. And as an editor, you would have noticed that. You would have to tell the author, hey, you maybe want to rethink the phrasing here, the general language, you know, maybe we should tidy some things up. That's what an editor would tell you. I'm not quite sure if this woman had an editor for a novel. If she had one, they were bad at their job. Also because the pacing and general narration are off. The narrational voice is not only bad, it's irritating as hell sometimes. Some things are really chaotic. You get bombarded with details that make no sense whatsoever. And the pacing just is off. It's just school Xaden, random little bit of action. Just the same plot beats repeating again and again and again. It was such a slog fest to get through. After part 1, I wish I had DNF this book. That's how bad it was, and I almost never DNF books. The bad writing continues in the one department where it's supposed to be good, the sex scenes. They were the only thing that you could tell Yaros kind of cared about because they're overly long and overly detailed. But they suck. Those sex scenes are all the same. They all sound the same. Everything is perfect. Everything is hot and sexy as fuck. You have some really stupid descriptions and phrasing. Like I said, the slamming home, sucking tongues. It's just some stuff that when you read it out loud, you would have to realize sounds fucking ridiculous. And I know sexy stuff always sounds a bit stupid, but at least make it sound natural enough. I don't know. The sex stands in contrast to, like, the rest of the book. The rest of the book is like a super juvenile teenage drama, and then you get bam, hardcore porn, basically. I said it before, if you want to be sexy, but don't pretend like you're an epic fantasy story. Just, I don't know, write a smutty fantasy novel if you want to do that. Do that, don't pretend you're something else. Like I said, the narration is messed up, the pacing is off, it's full of inconsistencies, it's all over the place. There are characters and plot beats that get introduced and then immediately forgotten like a hot potato. There is no overall proper focus. There's no like main story. There's no overarching story that goes through this entire book. There's like no red thread. There's no like exciting mystery that we're trying to find out. Or something Violet is like trying to really do. Like she's trying to do the ward thing, but all she does for trying to raising the wards is do boring library research. It's not very exciting to read about. I've used this as an example last time, but the Harry Potter books are so good at doing like a school-themed fantasy story, because Harry's not just going to school. Usually there's a mystery going on throughout the school year that Harry has to deal with in some way. And that's why that story is so engaging and works for a school setting, because it's a mystery that's going on. But we don't get that in this novel at all. Everything is boring and meandering and sort of vague. Also, the whole story is super predictable. If you go back to like those 5 points I wrote down after part 1 was finished, all of them came true in some way, shape or form, because I've read books, I've read these kinds of stories millions of times before, and it's predictable as hell, and there's no effort made to make this sound unique in any way, shape or form. The fantasy world building remains inconsistent and messy. You have dialogues and paragraphs that are overstuffed with way too complicated pieces of information. It's not engaging or relevant at all. The reader has no idea what's really supposed to be important, what's supposed to be just like set dressing, because Yaros seems to think the more the better. The more random world facts I throw in, the more it seems like I have a complex fantasy world going on. And that's not how it works. It doesn't mean anything if you just throw names or history facts at us, because we as a reader have no connection to any of those themes, because they're not relevant to the characters, they're not relevant to the story, therefore they're not relevant to us as the readers. So why should we care about them? Like, what is actually important, what isn't? Cut out all the shit that we don't need. Only include things of the world that are relevant in that particular story that you're telling. It's great that you maybe have a greater understanding of the world in the back of your head, but the reader doesn't need to be told all of that. It doesn't work that way. It's overwhelming and overstuffed, and people in the book always talk in this way, like either they know that someone's reading a book in the sort of like, did you know kind of way, or they like give out information in a super unnatural way, like we wouldn't talk about that. It's like if I would talk about like where I live, and then I suddenly give you so many, like, I give you like 10 random history facts about my town, the town next to it, and the one street that I'm living in, and I'm like, why would I tell you that? It's not relevant. I'm just showing off maybe. But it doesn't work that way. The magic system remains utterly inconsistent, incoherent. I have no idea how the dragons or the dragon magic work, where it comes from. By the way, remember how this series is called The Imperium? The Imperium being like this important dragon council? Where's the Imperium? It's been 2 books. It's been over 1,000 pages. We have never seen the Empyrean. We've learned absolutely nothing about the Empyrean, and the dragons are essentially not at all important to the overall story that's being told. This is a betrayal to the initial premise of this book. If you're here for dragon action, you don't even get that, because all Terran does is, in this book, is he gives commentary, and he's a vehicle to get Violet from point A to point B. And Ondarna isn't even there. She's literally asleep for the entire novel, only to turn up randomly at the end and be even more special than she was before. So if you're here for the dragon action, forget that. It's not even that. Also, what the hell is going on with like the Gaelic names that dragons get? There was a whole controversy around the whole Gaelic language that Yaro's been using, because she just appropriated a very much real dying language because she thought it sounded cool. and then she goes and tells people how to pronounce the words wrong. She like spells them wrong, and then she gives out pronunciations that are not the actual Gaelic pronunciation. And I'm wondering, why didn't you just come up with weird fantasy names? Did you literally just choose Gaelic because it sounded cool, it was old school? Because that's not cool. Also, do the dragons canonically in the world speak Gaelic? Is Gaelic the dragon language? Is that what they speak with each other? How does it work? Doesn't make sense. Then we also have griffins, which are basically just discount dragons. And I didn't care for that because it basically is just the exact same thing, just in different colors. And we get the introduction of second signet powers, which are literally just a reason to introduce more drama between Xaden and Violet to easily solve problems that will come up in the future, and to probably give Violet a really cool superpower at some later point in this series. The War College still feels inconsistent, inefficient as hell. Everyone just keeps killing off the students. Everyone keeps killing off the soldiers they need for their war. They're literally conscripting people, but also kill them off at the same time. But apparently we're told now that all the Dragon Riders are volunteers. No one would volunteer for this school. It makes no sense. They torture their students to death accidentally. They kill them at any time. Dragons could kill, students could kill. Anything could kill you at this school, and you have to stay there for life. Why would anyone do this voluntarily? And there's no acknowledgement of like the problematic system that lies behind the Basque War College at all. Violet has like for a fraction of a second, like a tiny thought about, maybe our school, if it is a death factory, maybe we should think about changing things. But nope, nothing like that whatsoever. Let's talk about the characters. Characters are all bland and one note. We don't know anything about these people, especially the secondary characters. The secondary characters are essentially indistinguishable. They're all the same. You could exchange anyone with anyone else. Violet's friends all sound the same. We don't know anything about them. They get promotions for things that we have not seen them do. We have no real connection to any of them. And even somehow characters that are seemingly important, that are introduced to us as being very important, are completely forgotten about. Like, we get characters that are introduced with great fanfare who are supposed to be like super important, but then they don't do anything. So there's, first off, we have Dane. Dane was in book 1, was a super important character, is literally the child best friend of Violet. Nothing. He's barely in book 2. Sloane, literally the sister of the fan favorite character who died, who could have a potentially interesting relationship with Violet because she hates her. No, forget about it. She's barely in the book. Then she suddenly likes Violet and has a power that becomes relevant only during the finale. We get Eric, who is revealed to be literally the son of the king, incognito at school. Forget about him. He's not in the story except for that one scene where they coincidentally need someone of royal blood. And worst of all, Jack. Motherfucking Jack. This man is my nemesis. I hate this man. I have no idea why he was brought back. Probably because Yaris couldn't come up with a new antagonist. But then again, Jack isn't even an antagonist in this. He's like, hey, I'm back. I'm kind of nice. Oh, reveal, I'm actually still evil. And now joining forces with Xaden, maybe? I hate that he came back. This was the worst thing ever, the worst revival of a character I've ever seen. It's lazy, I hate it, I hope this man dies a second time. Violet is essentially, basically a Mary Sue at this point. She's super badass, she does everything by herself, she has the coolest power, the coolest dragon. Everyone always says, oh, Violet's super intelligent, don't mess with Violet, she will mess you up. And if you think, what about that chronic illness that should hinder her, you know, because it's a bit disability? Forget about it. Her chronic illness basically almost never gets mentioned. It never hinders her. It's never really depicted as a disability. It never really harms or hinders her. All she does is the pain does come up. She just like pushes through it, pushes it aside. That's it. I know I'm probably not the right person to comment on this, but I feel like this is pretty disingenuous representation. Because if you want to represent, then represent. Don't just like push the thing aside after introducing it. Violet is like the biggest badass in the whole world. She is whining a lot about, oh, how it's all my fault, but at the same time it's like, I'm the coolest person in the world. But the only time Violet is weak is, of course, in regards to Xaden. Like I said, every time she sees that man, it feel like every synapse in her brain just switches off and gets burned to a crisp. Because as soon as she sees that man, she just like salivates, and that's all she can do. Xaden is basically only obsessed with Violet in this book. That's all he does. He literally cannot control his sexual urges again. He just has to touch her. He just has to have sex with her. If she's in a scene with him, he has to touch her. They have to smooch. This is all he can do. Everything else is secondary to Violet. Violet is literally the most important thing in this man's life. No other priorities are allowed. And I don't think that's healthy. And lastly, in relation to that, I hate the reason why Cat exists in this novel, because Cat only exists so her and Violet can fight over Xaden, only to emphasize how fucking amazing he's been, only to cause more drama for the Violet-Xaden relationship that's really unnecessary. It's literally a cat fight with Cat. And this is all like just really shitty, outdated romance trope that needs to die. The romance itself, if it wasn't clear at all, is stupid. All the romance is in this book is fighting and sex. How many times can you have the exact same fight and conversation in one book? I swear to God, they had the same conversation, the same argument 10 times throughout the 600-page long story. And to be honest, Xaden kind of has a point. Xaden is right. He's allowed to have secrets. He's allowed to draw boundaries. But no, Violet's like, bullshit. You're not allowed to keep any secrets from me. You have to tell me literally every single little tiny detail about your life, or I will not shag you. Or I will shag you, but I will use sex as a weapon against you because I know how to press your buttons. Like, neither of them really makes an effort to change anything about it. Like, Xaden doesn't really offer anything, but at least he's like, just ask me and I will tell you. And then Violet literally never asks him anything and is surprised why he doesn't tell her anything. But to remedy those communication problems, they just have sex. Sex is the whole relationship. Sex is the solution to everything. They only have sexual chemistry. That's all they have. There's nothing else. There's no romantic, no romantic chemistry. Why they really like each other, apart from they're sexy, is not clear to me whatsoever. Their sexual urges are literally described as uncontrollable. There is never a normal conversation between these two characters. As soon as these two characters are alone in a scene, they will eventually end up touching each other. Like, what the fuck? Just let them have normal conversation about things they enjoy, things that they think about. Just let them be a normal couple. Why does it always have to be about sex in these kinds of stories? Okay, I'm done. I've talked for so long. I'm tired. I don't know why I did this. Maybe morbid curiosity. Maybe because I'm insane. I don't know. At the end of this, and at the end of reading this book, I've certainly gone insane. Let me tell you just at the very end, if you read this book or the previous one and you enjoyed this, good for you. It's great. I don't want to take entertainment away from you, but please see these books for what they are. This is not highbrow, super well written, intrinsic, interesting, high fantasy adventures. That's not what these books are. It's okay if you enjoy this, but this is not classic fantasy. This is not what this genre is or can be. You can take entertainment out of this in the same way that, I take entertainment out of Twilight. I acknowledge that Twilight entertains me, but I also know that Twilight isn't exactly great literature or cinematography. You know what I mean? I can have fun with it, but I know that it's not great. And that's exactly what these novels are. Please read them, enjoy them if you want, but please don't go around telling people that this is actually well-written fantasy with super great, interesting, engaging world building, with a couple that's really interesting to read about, with characters that care about each other and have complete character arcs and emotional journeys. Don't, because that is just not what this or the previous book are. There are so many other great fantasy stories out there, classics and new ones, which are completely ignored and disregarded under the hype that novels like this get, which is so not fair. And please, if maybe this was your first dip into the fantasy genre while reading, I urge you to go and explore. Read more fantasy stories. Fantasy has so many more stories to offer. Fantasy is there to like offer some kind of escapism. Fantasy explores fantastic worlds. It reflects events of and themes of the real world, but in a way that you can escape as well into a fantastical fantasy realm that's never been seen like this before. It can be fun and ridiculous, but also very reflecting. There's all different kinds of fantasy out there, and I just want you to read better stuff than this. So this is it. Here we are, several hours later. As you can tell, my throat has died once again. Why do I do this to myself? Well, I hope it's worth it. I hope you enjoyed it. If this continues to be popular, this video series, I will probably have to cover the rest of this fantasy series as well. Also, there's a written review for this book on my Goodreads and also on my Storygraph accounts. You can follow me on those platforms. Links are in the description below if you want to follow me there. Thank you so much for watching this. Thank you so much. This took such a long time, and I don't know if I can suffer through this again the next few months. I hope the next book doesn't come out again in like 6 months' time or something. Go out there and read some actual good fantasy. Anything you could want in a good fantasy novel is somewhere out there. But until then, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't done it already. And I'll see all of you very soon. Goodbye.